Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
With liberty and justice for all. You?
Perfect time.
Just a quick note, please silence your cell phones, and please notify the chair if you are making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Before we start, there are some chairs here in the front. Before we start, I just want to take a moment. Many of you knew Matt Patrick. Unfortunately, Matt passed away last Saturday. Matt was a champion of environmental conservation and clean energy, having spoken very recently at the November town meeting so eloquently. He was a two-time select board member, served 5 terms as our state representative. A truly dedicated and humble public servant. Falmouth will miss him, so I'd just like to take a moment of silence in memory of Matt. Okay, thank you. Our first order of business is Eagle Scout proclamations. Vice Chair Goldstone, would you take the floor?
I would be honored, as I have known both of these young men for a number of years as they've come up through the ranks of scouting. First up is Deneb. Whereas Deneb Laundre of Boy Scout Troop 38 has successfully completed qualifications for the rank of Eagle Scout, a rigorous and demanding process that teaches patience, perseverance, and teamwork and requires strong goal setting. And whereas Deneb Laundre has met these challenges with aplomb and shall be recognized as an outstanding representative of his family, his troop, and his community. And whereas the Boy Scouts of America, long acknowledged for building fine citizens, calls for special court of honor to award its highest symbol of achievement to those who complete this rank. And whereas Deneb Laundre is now Eagle Scout with all its rank and privilege, now therefore, we, Robert P. Mascali, Heather M.H. Goldstone, Douglas C. Brown, Colin W. Reed, and Jack P. Richardson as Select Board of the Town of Falmouth do hereby declare and proclaim Deneb Laundre as Eagle Scout. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed on this 28th day of July, 2025. Congratulations, Deneb. Deneb, would you like to come up and maybe tell us a little bit about your Eagle project?
So for my Eagle project, I went to pretty local, and between Pond 14 or Parker Road Pond, and then also the Coonamessett Bogs, there was a hiking trail that was used by, probably many of you know it, and it was used a lot by people all around the community. And there was a hill on that trail that was extremely eroded and had become very hazardous, and I had hiked it several times and noticed that the hill was pretty bad and even fallen a couple times on the hill myself. And so for my Eagle project, I decided that I was going to install some stairs and water bars on that hill to try to make it more safe and also to help prevent it from eroding further and further damaging the environment. So not only did I construct stairs on that, but I also installed several water bars up before the hill to try to divert water away from it. And I worked for 2 days with a bunch of scouts who I actually was not expecting the amount of help that I got from my Eagle project, but it still took 2 days because at first I was expecting only to make like 10 stairs, and then we realized that we were going to need a lot more because it was a lot more eroded. But it definitely was exciting and fulfilling to see 20 scouts all working together constructing stairs, which are not easy to construct, I learned after many designs. But to see 20 scouts all working together and constructing stairs and learning how to use all the different tools and learning how to make sure they were level and then filling them all in with gravel and all working together was really fulfilling and exciting. It was definitely a very difficult project to lead due to the limited space around the stairs, but it was very exciting when they were done, and I walked up and down them several times. And there was a lot safer afterwards, and actually while we were making them, several hikers came through and were saying, oh, thank God they're finally doing it. So yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And thank you.
There's some chairs here. You have to clear the doorway. There is also an overflow room. Yeah, out of the doorway, you either take some space here or go to the overflow room, please. Okay, thank you. The next proclamation.
Next one. Whereas William Thrasher of Boy Scout Troop 38 has successfully completed qualifications for the rank of Eagle Scout, a rigorous and demanding process that teaches patience, perseverance, and teamwork and requires strong goal setting. And whereas William Thrasher met these challenges with aplomb and shall be recognized as an outstanding representative of his family, his troop, and his community. And whereas the Boy Scouts of America, long acknowledged for building fine citizens, calls for special court of honor to award its highest symbol of achievement to those who complete this rank. And whereas William Thrasher is now an Eagle Scout with all its rank and privilege, now therefore we, Robert P. Mascali, Heather M.H. Goldstone, Douglas C. Brown, Colin C. Reed, and Jack P. Richardson, as Select Board of the Town of Falmouth, do hereby declare and proclaim William Thrasher as Eagle Scout. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the Great Seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed on this 28th day of July, 2025.
William?
So when I first started thinking about what I could do for an Eagle Scout project, I remembered the labyrinth up at Boston College, and it was a meditation labyrinth, and it was the 9/11 memorial. So I had decided that I wanted to build a meditation labyrinth in T-Ticket Park.
William, could you speak in the mic?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
The 300 committee was very helpful throughout this project. They gave me a budget plan to work with. They helped me figure out where I should put it and how it should be set up. Drywall masonry supplies, Lawrence and Lynch, and Big Guy Landscaping donated all of the supplies that I used for my project. It was a very long and complicated project. It came out a lot better than I thought it was going to come out. It was a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be, but I'm proud of how it turned out. It was a challenging. It took about 5 work days to get it done. We had to clear all the brush out, and then we had to put down the dense grade to set the stones in. We kept underestimating how much dense grade we needed, so we had to keep going back and getting more. And then we let that set in the winter, and then in the spring, I brought my entire troop out, and we spent one a day lining up everything to figure out where to put the stones. And then the next day, I brought all of my troop out, and they all really helped me. It was a hot day in the sun, but we set all the stones in, and I'm happy with how it turned out.
Great.
Thank you very much.
A brief comment?
Yes, please.
I would just like to say to Will and Deneb, I love that the lessons you learned in the process of your projects, and it sounds like the projects themselves were really fulfilling for you. I hope it's equally fulfilling for both of you to be able to come back for years and see the physical evidence of the mark that you've made on our town. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any recognition from any of the members on the board tonight? No?
Just to,
Yep.
I saw that there was a firefighter who was killed in a accident in Connecticut. And, geez, I don't have all the details of it, but just a reminder of how dangerous the job is. And the firefighter was a volunteer, and he volunteered for over 20 years, I guess. And then, geez, I wish I could think of his name right now. Sorry, I'm not better prepared. But anyway, just thanks to all our firefighters who put themselves out there every day, and you never know what's going to happen. I guess a piece of the truck became dislodged and injured his leg so severely that
my.
couldn't be saved in the operating room. Just never know. So appreciation for our firefighters.
Absolutely. Heather? No. Okay, announcements. I'll just make one. I'm sure you'll hear later on in the evening, but there will be a meeting on Thursday night at the Lawrence School with respect to the betterment and the project that we're going to be hearing about later tonight. So I think that's at 6 o'clock, 6 or 6:30?
I believe it's 6, Mr.
6, yeah, I think so.
We'll find out.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll hear again, but just keep that in mind. Public comment. Public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Since the matter has not been included in the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in discussion of the topic. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on public comment this evening? Yes, ma'am. Please step up to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Good evening. Kathleen Crowley Braga, 63 Deepwood Drive. This piggybacks off of what Mr. Brown just spoke of. I wanted to bring to light some attention. I know that we've talked a lot about 40B housing here in the town of Falmouth, and many people know that I have been openly opposed to 375 Sandwich Road for many reasons. A year and a half ago at Lawrence School, a gentleman came into the auditorium who was an off-duty firefighter and was very concerned about 375 Sandwich Road being approved by the ZBA because he was concerned that it was going to drain Long Pond if it ever caught on fire, those 300, 600, 900 units. Yesterday afternoon, I firsthand witnessed some real heroism. I live at 63 Deepwood. I opened my front door. I saw smoke billowing across the street. Directly across from my house was my neighbor's house. Behind that house was a house that was on fire. 4 people were brought out of that house safely. Unfortunately, 2 dogs perished. A gentleman was sent to the hospital. I witnessed multiple fire trucks. Fire trucks came down Pinecrest Beach Drive. They came down Deepwood Drive. They took a left up to Lakeshore. They were scattering everywhere. They came in from Falmouth, from Mashpee, from Katuitt, from Joint Base Cape Cod. Later, a canteen truck from Providence, Rhode Island came in. Multiple off-duty firefighters responded, men and women in plain clothes. I have never seen so many pickup trucks and fire trucks in my life going down, weaving down this narrow road, trying to get up to that house. And I said, for the grace of God, if there is ever a fire at 375 Sandwich Road, how will you get these people out? How will these people survive? 4-story buildings. How are these people going to get out? Where are these firefighters going to come from? This was one house with 4 occupants on Lakeshore Drive. I believe the number was 203. One house with 4 occupants. I went down Owl's Nest, came up down Owl's Nest, went around and walked down, and saw with my own eyes these fire hoses coming down to try to get to this house. Water coming down this hill. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, this is unbelievable. I counted 30 firefighters in front of that house. 3-0. So all I wanted to say this evening was this. Before we continue to consider affordable housing in this town, and I am for affordable housing. My husband works in the trades. I'm a working mom. I've raised 2 boys here. They are now adults. One is an officer in the military. One graduated from Mass Maritime, my officer's son. The other one is at Mass Maritime. I am a local. I am all for Falmouth. I grew up in the city, 7 miles north of Boston, and I have said it over and over again, and I'm going to finish with this. I moved to the town of Falmouth to get out of the city, to raise my sons in this town. It is no longer the town of Falmouth. It is the city of Falmouth, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And until somebody, God forbid, burns in a building, I hope that never happens.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Loretta Garrison on Southview Way in East Falmouth. I'd like to discuss the senior center requirement for visitors to accept a broad liability waiver. People entering the center in January were shown a partial waiver form and asked to accept it. I declined. Over the past 7 months, I've had a series of exchanges with Jill Bishop, the senior center director, about my concerns with the waiver. This morning, I emailed the Select Board, Town Manager, Assistant Town Manager, and Town Council a letter with questions and concerns. Ms. Bishop replied that Town Council has prepared a revised waiver, which has been approved by Town Manager, and she sent a copy. After reviewing this form, I sent a further reply, copying all of you, outlining continuing concerns and questions. 1, the form appears to waive liability against the town, the center, its employees, and contractors for any injury or property damage, even due to negligence. 2, the indemnification provisions suggest that if I use equipment the center is not properly maintained and am injured due to the center's negligence, I am responsible to pay for any damage to the equipment. 3, I have grave concerns about how the senior center will obtain agreement to the waiver given the flawed way it implemented that waiver in January. 4, it appears the intent is to use this waiver more broadly, as in the Gus Canty Center. Question, is the further intent to use it for town hall or other town facilities? Why not? 5, if I simply go into the Senior Center Cafe for a cup of coffee, should I be required to sign this waiver? Why? 6, are people who attend evening meetings in a town building exempt from signing the waiver? Why? Critically, there has been no public comment on the development of this waiver form. I urge the Select Board to put this waiver issue on your agenda and invite public comment before the Town Manager announces implementation, which is likely in early August after the COA meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Rafferty. Don't forget to introduce yourself.
I'm Steve Rafferty, Precinct 2, and I'd like to note that Eversource has a number of areas in town where the town has asked Eversource to take care of certain things, and they've not yet responded or taken care of it. One of them, as we all know, is right there on Main Street and Scranton Ave, where there's several poles sitting in the road. I checked with the DPW today. They don't have time or a scheduler whenever, so we'll get back to that. Another one that I'm aware of is when they put the water mains in down on Surf Drive and Shore Street. The water department's been asking for as-built of that for quite some time, and Eversource is not responsive. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. There's some other items down the line on the agenda, and I would hope that Eversource can take care of the town's needs as well as their own needs.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? And we'll move to the consent agenda. I'll read off the various matters, and if anyone wants to hold it, we'll hold it. Otherwise, we'll just continue on. Number 1, consider a vote to approve the application by John Paul Campbell for a series of 3 special one-day wine and malt beverage licenses for the final 15 dates for the 57th season of performances by the College Light Opera Company at Highfield Hall Theater, 58 Highfield Drive, July 29 through August 16, 2025. Consider a vote to approve the application submitted by Shipwrecked for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Shipwrecked A6 Falmouth Road Race After Party, parking lot of Shipwrecked and the Heights Hotel, 263 Grand Avenue, Sunday, 8/17/25. Consider a vote to approve the application submitted by Bands for Badges, Inc. for a special one-day all-alcohol liquor license, Bands for Badges, Cape Cod Fairgrounds, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway, Saturday, 8/30/25. Consider a vote to approve the application submitted by On the Water LLC for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Striper Fest, Marina Park Band Shell, 180 Scranton Avenue, Saturday, 9/27/25, rain date Sunday, 9/28/25. Moving on to administrative orders. 1, consider a vote to approve the petition by NSTAR Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, and Verizon New England, Inc., for permission to install one new JO pole to be labeled number 47/8 on town property on Depot Avenue. This pole location is necessary to provide service to 0 Depot Avenue. Number 2, consider a vote to approve the petition of NSTAR Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, for permission to install approximately 52 feet of 1 to 3 inch conduit under the town road between 78 and 0 Pebble Lane. This work is necessary to improve system reliability. Number 3, consider a vote to approve the petition by NSTAR Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, and Verizon New England, Inc. for permission to install one new JO pole to be labeled 136/79-25, approximately 30 feet west of existing pole 136/79, and to install one new JO pole to be labeled 136/79-5, approximately 38.2 feet east of existing pole 136/80, in the right-of-way at 488 and 0 Thomas B. Landers Road. These new poles are necessary to provide system reliability. Number 4, consider a vote to approve a request from the Commission on Substance Use to expand its committee membership from 5 to 7 members. And number 5, consider the approval of a regulatory agreement for the apartment project at 17 Walker Street. Hearing no holds, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda as written and verbally discussed.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We move on to committee interviews. Interview and consider a vote to reappoint a committee member to a regulatory board. Historical Commission, Tamsin George. Mr. Renshaw, any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, no comments. I believe Ms.
Okay.
George is
No.
next.
Hello.
Good evening.
I've served on the Historical Commission for something like the last 3 years. Before there was historical districts, and then other times there were other appointments to the Historical Commission. And my main interest is in historic preservation, so I'm interested in being reappointed again.
Well, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. George?
Hi, Ms. George.
Hi.
I've heard from some folks that there's concern that the Historic Commission is being a little too lenient with modern-looking structures. Recently,
Yeah.
there was a discussion about the Estia and how the old building was such a traditional New England-type building, and now it's so modern-looking. Do you have any feelings about, should we be staying more traditional, or do you welcome the new look? I'm just curious how you feel.
Well, at this point, but part of that problem is that it's downtown Falmouth, and it's hard to hold the line. And if there's a restaurant that comes in that wants to do some unique thing, like the side of an Aho, the mural up, that's not a historical mural,
Right.
but it enhances the downtown. What we're very careful of is heights of buildings and those kinds of issues. And I understand we're being a little lenient. We've had a couple of sort of semi-modern things slip through there, but they fit in with the rules that we work with, so.
Okay, just wanted to throw that out there.
Good point, I will mention it to them.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I guess I had a similar question, which is how you think about the role of preservation and balancing that with the changing needs and ever-evolving needs and challenges that our town faces.
Well, you said it exactly, it's a challenge, because we're trying to hold the line to keep the village looking the way it does, but everything evolves. But we are also primarily interested in keeping the town attractive to tourists, which bring in all of our supporting income. And we have to look good for them. So it's a balance. And everything that comes to us goes on how it looks on the outside. I mean, it sounds odd, but we are interested in the exteriors. And anyone can do what they want inside in their kitchen. But we want the outside to blend and look all right. So,
Mr. Richardson?
Thank you. Mine actually is less focused on downtowns and more, how does the Historical Commission feel about the amount of McMansions that are being built around town? And is there more regulation or more that you guys can do to kind of push back on that?
No, we're concerned with it. The thing is, we have this rule book, and if they are set within the rules, then there's not much we can do about it.
Interesting.
We can slow down demolition by 6 months. We can do some things like that, but sometimes you can't. You can't, as long as, again, as I say, as long as it looks okay and it fits.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Brown?
Just one more thing. I just want to say I appreciate that you've taken the position recently to accept the PVC trim and the new modern windows with the aluminum cladding, because they look great. And
They look good. We did not in the beginning because they weren't. They were shiny plastic.
yeah,
But, you know, people down in Woods Hole, they're exposed to the weather. We are here. It's extraordinary what it does to wood.
yeah.
And however, we're also sticklers if the old wood can be preserved and stay,
Right.
then we'll hold to it. But some of these places, you do need to go to new products, and we're looking at now what they're coming up with, and they're better and better.
Right.
So,
Thanks.
Okay, if no other questions, I'm going to take the motion. I've had the pleasure of watching Ms. George at the CPC meetings and also at the 250 committee. So I would like to make a motion to approve Tamsin George for reappointment to the Historical Commission for a 3-year term until June 30, 2028.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Appreciate it very much.
Sure, thank you. Okay, Katharina Armstrong, is she here? Please come up to the podium.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yes.
My name's Katrina Armstrong. I'm a physician, boarded in addiction medicine, infectious disease, and internal medicine. And my husband and I and our family now have a home at 289 Old Main Road. And I have applied for the opportunity to be on the Substance Use Disorder Committee to support the community here in Falmouth, which we care deeply about. I can give you some more information. I'm not really sure what else I should say.
I would say it certainly seems like you're well qualified for position, so thank you for applying.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Richardson.
what do you see as the biggest issue on substance use now? I know there's been a bit of an evolvement since the opiate epidemic started and rates are finally dropping in Massachusetts, but what do you see as the biggest issue here in Falmouth and on the Cape?
I also work in the Mass General system, and I do a lot of work with the community. And one of the issues where I've worked very hard with my team, and both as a member of a team in a substance use disorder-based clinic setting, we really try hard to engage the community, because I think one of the reasons why we don't have patients engaging in care and getting the help they deserve is that there is an enormous amount of shame and stigma associated not only with substance use disorder but mental health. And so one of the areas of my career and the things that I'm very proud of and I feel very strongly about is decreasing shame and stigma and being able to talk about mental health, talk about substance use disorder, and let the community know that there's help out there and there's hope.
With respect to the opioid fund settlement that's coming up and money's coming up, do you have any particular thoughts about the best way to use those funds?
Mm-hmm. I think, again, back to education, I think, is key. And I think education not only to all parts of the community, but in particular the schools. I do a lot of education both with the school systems, the high schools in around the Newton area. I do it with my own 4 children. And I think talking about the dangers of opioid use, which unfortunately is coming into many different parts of our supply, through illicit substances and pills that people can get on the street, letting our not only our teachers, our parents, but our kids know the dangers of that, and that they can reach out for help, but also to be aware. So education, I think, would be an excellent use, and training not only the individuals that are in the front lines, our fire, our police, our ambulance, in things like Narcan and awareness, but using that education to spread it throughout our community at all levels.
So some of our neighbors have gone with marijuana dispensary. How would you feel about that if an application for something like that came up in Falmouth?
For a dispensary?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have to agree.
I don't. Could I say no comment for now?
I certainly don't agree. I'm just curious what your thoughts might be. But if you're uncomfortable answering or don't have an answer, that's fine too.
I think we really need to have more education around marijuana, especially marijuana these days. What I'll tell you as the scientist in me is that there's changes in the way that marijuana is made and dispersed nowadays, and I think that we should have an enormous amount of awareness of what those changes are. In that, what I'm saying is that it is quite strong, and it's very different from what it was many years ago. And so I think that education is key here with understanding what marijuana is today and how it's formulated.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, sorry, you had your hand up, I didn't.
No, go right ahead.
Trying to stay to the agenda item, but ironically I had a meeting with 15 dispensaries today in my day job. So I think I was actually going to have an agenda item for later, because I think we should talk about this more at another time. I am worried I will go off the agenda items. I'm just going to leave it at that, actually.
Okay.
But I will bring that up later.
Okay, very good. Ms. Goldstone?
I was simply going to say that, first of all, I appreciate your willingness with a career and a family and being relatively new to our community to jump in, and really appreciate the expertise and the combination of compassion and evidence that you're evidently bringing to this work. So I would like to recommend that the Select Board vote to appoint the applicant, Katrina, correct? Katrina Armstrong, to the Commission on Substance Use for a 3-year term ending June 30, 2028.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Renshaw, do you want to talk to the reappointments to the non-regulatory boards?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will. Yes.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Select Board members, back in May, the Select Board office sent out letters to the sitting members of various boards and committees. The applications before you tonight are for uncontested non-regulatory boards. Mr. Scott Lindell, a current incumbent on the Shellfish Advisory Committee, has indicated his desire to be reappointed to that committee with a term ending June 30th, 2028. In addition to Mr. Lindell's position on the Shellfish Advisory Committee, 2 other committee positions members indicated their desire to be reappointed: Parking Clerk Patricia O'Connell and Assistant Parking Clerk Mary Ellen Lopes. And their terms would expire, if the board chooses to reappoint, June 30th of 2026.
Okay, thank you. Someone want to make a motion with respect to committee reappointments, uncontested seats, as described by the town manager?
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Again, there are seats up here in front. We prefer that the doorway not be blocked if you could. Thank you. Okay, moving on to business matters. We are here to receive the Town of Falmouth June 30, 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, Audit, and Letter to Select Board. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our Finance Director, Laura Citron, is here to introduce the item and talk a little bit about it. But as indicated in your packets, the independent audit firm, Roselli, Clark & Associates, audited the town's annual financial statements and other pertinent information contained in what's referred to as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, for the year which ended June 30th, 2024. The auditors provided an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. I'll let Laura explain exactly what that is. And as indicated in the packets, this report, ACFR, is attached into your packets this evening. And with that, I'll let Laura introduce the topic.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so I actually would like to start with the governance letter, which is the couple pages that the auditors send specifically addressed to the Select Board to give you information about the course of the audit. And we are talking about July 1st, 23 to June 30th, 2024. Okay, so in that audit report, or in that governance report, there are about 4 pages. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. On the first page, I think the important thing here is it tells you what they have. These are pretty much standard format until you get to the end, but they tell you information that they think that you need to know. So they found no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. What they mean is they found no weaknesses or material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls, which we put in place as an organization to protect assets and make sure that information is recorded properly and, prevent against fraud or negligence, those types of things. They also stated that there were no new accounting policies that were adopted. We weren't required to adopt any new accounting policies, and we didn't change any. On the second page, they talk about accounting estimates. Every organization has accounting estimates of some sort. They talked about the 2 main ones that are particularly sensitive, and those are the pension liability and the OPEB liability, other post-employment benefits other than pension. So essentially retiree health insurance, those types of benefits. Those are particularly sensitive, one, because they're such large liabilities. I mean, in the hundreds of millions combined. And the other reason is because they're really based on actuarial valuations, which are based on a lot of assumptions. Now, there are controls around coming up with those assumptions. The actuaries won't sign off on anything that they think is unreasonable. The auditors will look at the assumptions and make sure that they look reasonable. But that's why they're pointing those 2 items out on that particular page. On the next page, they talk about observations that they want to highlight for management. Again, the first 2 are going to deal with pension and they're going to deal with OPEB because there's such large liabilities, and if, those types of liabilities, particularly pension, has been in the news for quite a long time now, particularly started in 2009 when people started looking at these liabilities and the market tanked, and all of a sudden the liabilities skyrocketed and it became a huge issue. And so these types of liabilities are something that everybody pays a lot of attention to when they're looking at, when the auditors come in, they're looking at it. Obviously, the actuaries look at it. Management looks at it on a regular basis. Rating agencies look at it. So they're saying that the liability on the pension, so the town has, well, I guess every municipality in Massachusetts had to set a date where they were going to pay off the unfunded liability. And what that means is the portion of the liability that accrued that related to work in the past that hasn't been fully funded yet, if you will, not put in assets. So what they're saying here is that we are going to be paying off the liability ostensibly in 2030, around the end of 2034, the beginning of 2035, the unfunded portion of the liability. There will continue to be a normal cost every year. But right now, so because of the market, our liability, our unfunded portion dropped from 30.8% down to 26.1%, which is good. That's an increase in the value of the assets, decrease in the value of the liability, and so we're getting to the stage where we can start to feel comfortable that the liability is being properly funded, and the unfunded piece will be. It will never be fully paid off because of the way that actuarial science works, but it will be, the unfunded liability will essentially be gone for the most part in about 9 years or so. OPEB is a different story. OPEB, municipalities didn't have to start looking at OPEB until about 2005. That's when that liability was calculated. That, unlike pensions, which have been around for a long time and are a little more stable, OPEB liabilities tend to fluctuate a lot because healthcare trends, they fluctuate and they're never really sure where to set them. They, being the actuaries, actually pretty much tell us what the healthcare trend assumptions have to be. In any case, the bottom line is the town started funding this, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago at small amounts. Normally this is retiree health care for the most part, and normally it's done on a pay-as-you-go basis. It's budgeted in the operations budget every year, and it's paid that way. We started to, many municipalities decided that they wanted to establish a trust because as they can start to build up the assets, they can start to have a more reasonable rate of return assumption for any monies earned on the assets. So, but most of these trusts have only been formed in the last 10 years, last 15 years, if you will. And so a lot of them are not well-funded. Falmouth is not well-funded. The liability as of June 30th, 2024, was about $142.2 million, and we had, that was 3.6% funded, because we literally had, I think at the time, $5.15 million in assets in the trust. I think that the plan is, once we get to a point where we have paid off the unfunded portion of the liability on the pension side, which is approximately, I think we're paying $11 million a year now towards that. That will drop substantially, and then hopefully we can take a good chunk of that and shift it into OPEB and start to build up the assets in that trust so that it can start to earn more interest and we'll be in a better position in terms of the OPEB. Moving on from there, the second item that they wanted to point out is that there are a lot of economic challenges, and we should not be surprised by the fact that there's wage inflation. interest rates are fluctuating, there's construction inflation, energy inflation, and supply chain disruptions and delivery cost issues. I don't think that's news, but they wanted to make sure that we paid attention to it. The third item is they wanted to continue to alert us to the fact that cybersecurity is a real concern, particularly for municipalities, and that we needed to continue to pay really close attention to that, and to continue to look at our vulnerabilities, test our vulnerabilities, and, you know, as needed, put forth the resources to make sure that the town's systems and data are being protected, and that we don't end up in a situation where we have ransomware or malware. And then they always caution about the fact that we should continue to make sure that we're constantly looking at new processes and existing processes to make sure that we have good controls in place, and that we're looking at the areas of assets and fraud risk. Any questions on that?
Is that your entire report, or you
No,
other parts?
but I'm going to go even faster on this one.
Well, I actually do have a question, if I may. As I understand, you list the investment rates of return with assumptions, and they seem to be rather aggressive in the amounts that are listed here, like domestic equity, 33 to 43%, you know, with a long-term rate of 7.1 and 8.5 rate of return. Those seem rather high to me, and all of the other ones seem a little high as well. Where are those coming from?
Are you looking at you're looking at the financial report?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 259 of the entire,
Yeah.
page 75 of 136 of the report, actually.
259?
Well, of all of it. In your report, it's page 75.
Yeah. Okay, so those are pretty much established by the investment advisors. So when we're talking about this, we're talking about it in terms of the pension, right? These are pension assets, which are invested very differently than the town's money or cash flow is, right? So pensions are invested for very long-term periods of time. 70, 100 years is what you're looking at in terms of a time frame. So the actuaries actually put together, they look at the investment rate of return, they look at the investments that we have, and they have ranges, and they come up with a range as to where they expect that long-term rate of return is going to be, to determine whether or not the rate that we're actually using, which is, I believe, 8% right now. Is it 8%? I think.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
No, it's 7%.
So I think there may have been a misinterpretation of the table on page 75 of the report. So what it's listing there is target allocation is the first column.
Right.
So what they're saying is 30, maybe, and maybe not, maybe I'm misunderstanding. So they're saying 33 to 43% should be allocated into stocks. And the return assumption is 7.1 to 8% for that category. So, you know, if you're planning your personal returns, you're probably going to be more conservative, but it's a very large fund over a very long period of time. So I think the estimates are a little more aggressive because you don't have to pull all the money out at any one time. And these are, I believe, well, I know these are all reviewed by the state agency PERAC for approval. So I think we're in line with other pensions systems in their estimates.
All right, well, that's the explanation I was looking for, so thank you. Okay.
Okay. All right, so This is the annual comprehensive financial report known as ACFR.
I think Jack had a question.
And it includes a lot of information. It includes the audited financial statements, the footnotes, it includes required supplementary information, it includes some other information. I was just going to briefly just tell you, you can find in here, first of all, in 2023, you'll find the notice that in 2023, the town yet again achieved the Government Finance Officers Association Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. We did apply for 24. We haven't heard yet. The auditor's report is on pages 19 and 21. That's their opinion. They gave an unqualified opinion, which essentially means nothing came to their attention during the course of the audit that they thought they would have to say there's something wrong with our financial statements. That's a very simplified way of putting it, but that's what they mean. There's the management's discussion and analysis, which is on pages 24 to 34, and I point that out because it's a little dry to read in parts, but it's formatted per standard, but it does provide information rather than trying to page through government financial statements, which are very difficult to read. It will give you more information along the lines of our revenues came in higher than we anticipated, and this is the reason why. So you might be able to, if you're looking for information as to why revenues and expenses and fund balance are what they are, you might be able to find that information in the MD&A, as it's called, the Management Discussion and Analysis. We're required as a town to provide two different kinds of financial statements in our audited financial statements. One are government-wide, which are full accrual statements, which is what everybody outside of government normally does. Government has never been on a full accrual basis, but quite a few years ago now, we had to do our normal fund statements, which I'll talk about in a minute, but then we also have to convert them and do the entries to get to government-wide, which is full accrual. There are two component units that the town has that are reported along with the main government itself. Those are the EDIC and the Retirement Board. The fund statements are on pages 38 to 40. Those are the statements that sort of match up with the way that we're budgeting. The reason they're not full accrual is because there are no fixed assets, there's no depreciation, there's no long-term debt as a liability, and revenues, you have what's called, excuse me, a 60-day accrual rule, which basically means if property taxes for 2023 or 2024 come in within 60 days of year end, they can be considered revenue in 2024. Otherwise, they're not considered revenue. Whereas in full accrual, they certainly would be revenue because they were billed in 2024. Those are the main differences. The other thing I do want to point out is there's a very real difference between the way that we budget, the way that we look at our operations, and one very big difference in the financial statements. The water fund is treated as an enterprise fund for purposes of financial reporting in accordance with governmental accounting standards. We treat it as a department or a division within a department in the general fund, in our general main operations. As an enterprise fund, it's treated that way because, and that does have fixed assets, it does have long-term debt, and it's considered self-supporting through rates. And as I said, it's required to be reported that way, even though the town doesn't treat it as an enterprise fund. And that was all I have to say about that. So are there any questions on that? I mean, I'm always happy to talk to people specifically about financials, but it's pretty rough
Exciting
material for most people.
Well, thank you. You've been here, what, about a year now, is that? And
Not
you've
quite.
obviously got your hands around the job, so thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I had a comment to make, and Select Board Member
Yep.
Reed may have a question, but the comment I wanted, clearly Laura has a lot of passion for this, and it was her idea. She approached Peter and I about getting this report in front of the Select Board to receive it. It's never, at least in the past 8 years, it's not been done. So we feel it's important for transparency and visibility to get these types of financial reports in front of the Select Board and the public, and then we're going to post it on the Finance Department's website. Again, just to be transparent about how we're doing financially. So thank you. What is that?
Yep, Mr. Reed?
Just commend you for your work, that of the town management offices, yours and the finance committee. This is a lot to get through, having been in various organizations that get audited not by just one set of auditors, but many. I know the work that it takes to make this happen, so job well done. For the select board, I think using this as a key input for our strategic planning session will be very important. There's some serious questions raised, including the deficit, and for OPEB, I think that's a very key finding and one that many places are having to take a look at. I do appreciate the 10-year outlook later on, and I think this plan can really be used across, many departments and many of the jobs that we have before us, including the capital planning. Finances run the way we work, or what allows us to work on things. So I think, just again, a big commendation to you for all the work that went into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goldstone, or who else?
Just going to say, when I started here in 2016, we weren't contributing anything, and we brought it up at our strategic planning meeting that it's a big liability, and the thinking at the time was that it wasn't mandatory, so we don't have to do it, but we volunteered to do it, and we started with 100,000, thinking at least it's something, it's better than nothing. So I think we've been doing that since 2018. I'm not really sure, but I think so. And as you noted, it's been getting increased, but it sounds like we need to probably bring it up to $1 million a year. Is that, what do you think is the target?
I think because the funding level, I think that you need to ease up to it, up to the full funding level.
I noticed that it's increasing.
On an annual basis.
It's increasing pretty significantly, pretty fast. It was only 134 last year, now it's 142. And when we first started talking about it, it was just around 100. So it's going up pretty fast.
As I said, it's a number that jumps around a lot because of healthcare trends, essentially.
So a question on that, does, and this is a massive question, long implications, but does the recent changes to healthcare policy in DC, do you have any leanings on how that might affect the rate? Too soon?
I do not.
Yeah, that's a good answer, honestly.
Yes, Ms. Goldstone.
I'm going to go up to the 30,000-foot level and just thank Ms. Citron and town management for bringing this before us. I do appreciate that transparency, and it is a lot of information to take in, but it's important, and I think really important to go back to the high-level finding of the audit, that audit language is not flowery and glowing. A clean audit is a real accomplishment, so thank you. I guess a question around the audit. It's my understanding it's been quite some time that we've been using the same auditors, and are you thinking about making a change there, understanding that best practice is to shift auditors
Yes.
on a regular basis?
We actually have the RFP drafted to go out in November for, we will continue to use the same auditor for the year ended June 30th, 2025, because we were too late. But we would like to go out with an RFP, and we probably will send that, or at least some information about it out, so that, because ultimately the auditors are reporting to the select board, essentially. Yeah.
It will be
What's
your
standard
RFP to review and approve,
Yeah.
and the timing of it is important.
Rotating on a 3-year basis, 5-year basis?
I've seen
What's
like
recommended?
5 to 7 years. In other places I've managed, maybe a little less than that, but certainly we've had, that's the best practice.
Yep.
No longer than probably 7 years, I would say.
Okay. All right. Any more questions?
May I make the motion?
Yeah.
I make the motion to receive the ACFR and the governance letter for the year ended June 30th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Nope. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're still up.
I am.
You are.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll just introduce this briefly, if I may. Clearly, I need to do a better job budgeting my time because we're way behind. But again, appreciate Laura's work on this next topic as well, revising, modifying the fiscal policy. The fiscal policy, as you can tell in your packets, was last updated, well, it's been a while, in April, was it, of 2024, I believe, was last adoption. Laura went through the fine-tooth comb and looked at different, basically some consistency and language issues off the top, and then she's prepared to introduce some additional proposals as well. So, Laura, would you kind of walk us through that?
Sure. It didn't make a lot of changes to the meat of the policy per se, except in the areas of, and I'll just point them out, it's on your summary, your background summary, but before I do, though, I want to say rating agencies and those looking to possibly bid on our bonds, they're looking really closely at these types of policies. So it's important that we have certain things in these policies that make them feel comfortable. So one of them is just a change in the operating budget policy portion. It says the town will not, we changed it to will not use one-time revenues to fund ongoing expenditures instead of shall avoid. I mean, it's just good policy to never want to use one-time revenues for ongoing expenses. Another one is we just added some language in under the operating budget policies to reference the Select Board's strategic plan, because I think that that's important when we're looking at putting the budgets together. We wanted to put that in the policy. There's a reserve fund balance policy, and it stated essentially that all stabilization funds would be used only for short-term or unanticipated fiscal stress, and that's not the case at all. As you know, we have several stabilization policies that are set up by town meeting for a specific purpose. Capital and debt, special ed, water. At one point, we had the fire stabilization fund. Those are not stabilization funds to be used. So we just put in language to broaden that, to say that it would comply with whatever was established by town meeting and the Select Board. The biggest area of change really came in the area of the debt policies. And I included in your packet GFOA's recommended best practices on debt policies, because I think that these are important. They really needed to be expanded to include things like compliance with continuing disclosure obligations, compliance with bond obligations, expanded to talk about arbitrage a little bit, to talk about what we can issue, how we issue debt, and how we and that we use advisors that are educated and knowledgeable and experienced in the areas that we need them when we're dealing with debt. So without getting into too many specifics, I mean, there is a redlined version and a clean version. I think a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory, but that's why we did expand that pretty substantially from what it was.
Thank you. I do have one question. I don't know, Mr. Johnson-Staub, Mr. Renshaw. Have we ever used one-time revenues to fund ongoing operations? And
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah, please do. You've been here longer, if we ever.
Yeah, so, in general, the town does not do that. Sometimes there are some gray areas. I think there has been an instance when we used free cash to pay for excess overtime in the fire department budget. So, we certainly do avoid it as best we can, and I think I'm very comfortable with these policies as written. I think we can, we now have the tools available to us to avoid that going forward.
But, I mean, I understand the reasoning, and I understand, why we want to say that for rating agencies and so forth. But I'm a little afraid that in the future it might hamstring us. I know things looking good right now. I was going to offer that maybe the language would be, shall use its best efforts not to, or something along those lines as against a complete prohibitive shall not use.
Mr. Chair, I just offer, and I think Laura kind of alluded to this earlier, that the bond rating agencies look very closely at these policies, and it's important that we kind of be definitive and very specific. And I think I'd recommend following the language that the finance director. I understand the concern about hamstringing, but I think in this instance, the benefits of having this tightened up is probably outweighs that.
I think it's this is a policy that applies mostly to a budget. It's not so much something happens during the course of a year and all of a sudden we have a situation and we need to, do a transfer from free cash or a transfer from, we don't want to be budgeting opioid settlement money to offset salaries in the police and fire department, for instance. Mm-hmm. Those are the we don't want to budget those types of, we want to be really careful that we never budget one-time revenues to offset ongoing expenditures.
And on that level, we have, in the 8 years I've been here, we have not budgeted before the year starts. We have not planned for the use of one-time revenues to support the budget.
Thank you.
If I could, during the course of the past year, we've consolidated some of our stabilization funds and realigned them so that we're more able to respond. Isn't that?
Gives us more flexibility. It has given us more flexibility, some of those consolidations.
More confidence about being able to work within these parameters, right?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Richardson.
Thank you. Item I, the town manager's proposed budget shall allocate to affordable housing the greater of 1/6 of estimated room size revenue consistent with the estimation prior to town meeting 2021, or $850,000. Is there a world where that number routinely is not $850,000? I just find that a little low considering our strategic goals. Are we routinely getting over that number?
So the history has been that we have not exceeded that number to date. At one point, the short-term, the rooms excise revenue was growing at a robust pace, but it has plateaued. Okay. So, who knows what the future brings. If the revenues, grow strongly in the future, we may well exceed that number. But based on the way that policy is set up, we have not yet exceeded the 850.
And more procedural question, am I allowed to suggest a change to the $850,000? Which would require discussion, obviously, but I think if we want to be aligned with our strategic goals, I think we should be bolder. I'm not going to suggest anything insane, but I think, at least $1 million, I think, should be the goal.
What page are you on?
I'm on item I on page, unless I'm on the wrong agenda.
28 of 786, so.
Yeah. I just think that number's low, comparable to our goals that we have as a town with our housing crisis.
Oh, you're in the actual CAFR. Are you actually in the financial report? Or
Maybe I'm in the next item.
No.
Policy?
Fiscal policy.
Yeah.
Because I don't have page numbers here.
It's
I
under
only have
revenue,
packet
number
numbers.
I under revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Yes, Mr. Renshaw.
if I could just make I applaud Select Board Member Richardson's connecting this to the Select Board strategic priorities. Because of that, I'd recommend that we have a planned, we're still trying to set the date, strategic planning workshop in September. I suggest we have that discussion because it's a little bit out of context with tonight's presentation, but let's put a pin in that and talk about that during the
thank you.
workshop.
And I just wanted to mention it there, and I figured that was the case, but I think that we can be bolder, which is what I've been saying, and I think that when that when that time comes in September, I'll make sure to bring it up then.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Goldstone.
I have a few questions, and I appreciate the effort to go through and ensure consistency, and that's where some of my questions actually come in. So under revenue, items D and H, item D says that fees will be re-examined and possible new revenue sources recommended to maximize revenue potential. Whereas in item H, it says that user charges and fees will be set to recover not more than 100% of the total direct and indirect costs associated with the programs. And I guess I'm trying to reconcile the covering costs with maximizing revenue in those two different items under revenue policy.
I think it depends on the nature of, I mean, there are revenues that we certainly do try to maximize to some extent, and then there are fees that are generally designed to recoup the cost of providing those services. So I think that it all fits under the parameters of revenue, but I understand what you're asking. I guess, I don't know what the law is in Massachusetts. I know in Rhode Island, there was definitely a law that said you could not recover certain types of fees that exceeded 100% of the cost of providing that service. But that wasn't the case with all fees. It was only with certain fees. So I guess we could take a look more closely at that for something to try to.
Yeah, I would love to take a look at that, just because there's no, that I can see clear differentiation between the types of fees that are being discussed, and if we can simplify that to simply say that fees will be re-examined and possible new revenue sources recommended, to maximize revenue potential within the constraints of the law, or of course, if the law says that certain fees need to be only on a recouping costs basis, we need to be observing that. Let's see. Under the reserve fund policy, can you help me understand the difference between items B and C? The town shall maintain a range of 5 to 15% of operating budgeted expenditures in the undesignated fund balance and general stabilization fund is item B. Item C says the town shall maintain a range of 15 to 25% as unassigned fund balance, which includes and goes through the general, the capital, all the different stabilization funds. And I just wasn't clear on what the difference was there with the general stabilization fund and undesignated fund balance mentioned in both.
I'll look at it more closely. I mean, off the top of my head, I have to just look at my notes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, in light of your questions, I'm wondering if maybe we want to hold this over. Is there any urgency for us with respect to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there's no urgency. I do
don't
recall.
want to cut you off,
No.
Ms. Goldstone, but.
No, and like I said, just trying to understand what I'm reading here. So.
This is one of those issues where, we're dealing with something tonight that, may require a little more review, and, maybe the best way to handle this going forward is to, table it for the time being, take a look at the policy, give Ms. Citron an opportunity to, take a look at those as well, and just table and not vote on it this evening.
Yes, there is no urgency that this be approved this evening. I just ask that, perhaps Select Board, as questions arise over the next several weeks, just email those to Peter, Laura, and myself, and we'll be able to be in a better position to answer those. I do recall Select Board or Vice Chair Goldstone's question about the 5 to 15% and 15 to 25%. Just in my short tenure here, I recall the former the finance director, we made some changes to that, and the rationale was strong. I just honestly tonight cannot remember what that rationale was. So we'll be prepared, better prepared to answer those questions.
Very
later.
well prepared. It's just
And maybe we
need
can
a little
send
more
some-
opportunity.
Send some email questions in advance so we're more prepared at the meeting as well.
Excellent. Absolutely.
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chair, or can you just table it?
I think we can just table it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Item C, discuss and consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to dispose of or otherwise convey all or a portion of the following town-owned parcels of land. 1, 0 West Falmouth Highway. Assessors parcel IDs 2604-057A-001 and 2604-062A-000. Number 2, 0 Locust Field Road, assessor parcel IDs 2302010004 and 2302010005. Number 3, 21 Pheasant Lane, and number 4, 20 Brigantine Lane. Mr. Renshaw, do you want to introduce?
No, Mr. Chair, most of my comments are already included in Ms. Fish's presentation, so I'll just defer to her.
Okay. Okay. Introduce yourself, although everyone here knows who you are.
For the record, I'm Kim Fish, the housing coordinator, and Jed Cornock, the community development director, is here as well. I'm still learning the new titles, formerly known as the town planner. Our agenda tonight is just a brief introduction, summary of public comment, request for proposal review, and if necessary, a summary of sites. We just included as well the RFP process, the RFP selection process at the end as well. I'll go over that very briefly. So introduction, on June 30th, 2025, staff presented the draft RFPs to the Select Board for discussion. On July 23rd, 2025, staff held a public meeting to gather input for the public. On July 28th, today, staff is here to report the public input gathered and to present revised RFPs for consideration. So public comment section. The Select Board meeting held on June 30th, 2025. We heard drainage easement concern for 20 Brigantine Drive. Consider combining rental and home ownership for 0 Locust Field Road site. Finalize permitting path for 20 Brigantine Drive and 21 Pheasant Lane. Ensure that engineering level plans are not required for the RFP submittal. Land should be transferred to a developer at the lowest price possible. Consider a 2-step RFP process. Letter of support from the Affordable Housing Committee. And then we received letters and emails on 0 West Falmouth Highway. So this is just a summary of the themes, the common themes that we heard. We could not put everything in our presentation tonight. We would be here literally all night. So we tried to just narrow it down for you and pick the main themes. The more detailed comments are in your packet. 0 West Falmouth Highway, opposition to the clearing of the woods, focused housing, development in walkable areas, concerns about safety, drainage, and future tree buffers, concerns regarding abutting stables and setback requirements, needs to be thoughtful of the existing character and abutting properties. There were no letters or emails received about other sites. We did receive general comments. Why is the town building so much? Water supply issues need to be addressed. Public meeting that was held July 23rd, 2025. We heard on 20 Brigantine Drive, again, the concern about the drainage easement and the future maintenance of it. 21 Pheasant Lane would want the future dwelling to be offered to a Falmouth resident. 0 West Falmouth Highway. Property should be kept as woods for recreation and wildlife habitat. Concerns about the impact on Long Pond water supply. Traffic safety, adequate buffers for neighbors, and future drainage. Affordable housing should be located in walkable areas near services and existing infrastructure. 0 Locust Field Road, concerns related to future parking and traffic. Property should be sold to a developer rather than gifted. Question the rationale behind rental when the surrounding neighborhoods is home ownership. General comments that we received: future housing development should be focused in areas where infrastructure already exists and on underutilized properties. The town is overdeveloped. Water restrictions are already in place. Adding more housing will make it worse. Community aesthetics should be considered with all future housing developments. And on this section, I'm going to briefly go over the revisions to the RFPs. All the RFPs now specify that the town will transfer the land at the lowest price allowed by law. Site number 1, 0 Locust Field Road. We created a version that allows for rental and home ownership units together. In your packet, though, you have one that just has the rentals, but we added one that has both components if you decided to go that route. Site 2, 0 West Falmouth Highway. At this time, we did not have any specific changes to it. You may after hearing more comments, but we did not put any in there. Site number 3, 20 Brigantine Drive. We separated it from 21 Pheasant Lane due to the expected permitting and AMI range change. And I'll get into that in more detail in an upcoming slide. Site number 4, 21 Pheasant Lane, separated, again, same reason, separated from 20 Brigantine Drive due to the expected permitting and AMI range. So here is the site comparison, and we included this just to point out the changes that were made with in the RFP. 0 West Falmouth Highway, the one change that we did make that I didn't mention in the prior slide was we did include single family, because we did hear duplex and triplex doesn't fit in that area, but we did include the single family home in the RFP. And also 20 Brigantine Drive, because we found that it can be built by just pulling a building permit instead of Chapter 40B. It can go up to a higher area median income instead of what Chapter 40B would require it to be capped at 80% or below for the area median income. And we went up to 140 AMI because it aligns with the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund policy that you have, that for funding for specifically home ownership can go up to 140% area median income. And then this is just a summary. I don't think that I need to go into the detail of each lot at this point, especially want to be respectful of your time, but I'll just put it up there for the public, anyone watching or anyone in the room that just wants to see, a visual. If you want to go into more detail, Jed can come up and do that for you. Just let me know. 0 West Falmouth Highway, 20 and the Brigantine and Pheasant Lane lots. So I just want to close with just a very brief RFP selection process. So when these go out, after we receive the bids, and there will be a due date for the bids to be submitted by. After that, all proposals submitted by deadline will be opened and reviewed by an evaluation group following all rules as outlined in Mass General Laws, Chapter 30B. We are recommending that the evaluation group consist of a select board member, town manager, assistant town manager, community development director, housing coordinator, and a member of the Affordable Housing Committee. The group will review and evaluate all proposals that have been received by the submission deadline based on criteria outlined in the comparative evaluation criteria, which is in all of the RFPs. The town reserves the right to select the proposal that best meets the needs of the community and, importantly, that may not be the proposal that achieves the highest score. Also, the town reserves the right to not make any award if it determines in its sole discretion that it is in the best interest of the town. So if we do receive proposals and none of them we feel fit with the town, we can use that discretion. The select board can use their discretion. That language is also in the RFPs. So that ends the presentation, if you have any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
So one thing that we did get from comment that I didn't see mentioned was that on 0 West Falmouth Highway, that there was some discussion at town meeting that perhaps it would only be 1 or 2 houses. What is, could you remind me, what is the proposal for West Falmouth? What's the anticipated number of units?
In the RFP, we said 6, up to 6. So a developer could go below that, but could go over 6.
Okay, so it would be up to us if we want to scale that down a little.
Yep, absolutely. That's completely up to your, the select board's discretion.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? The way I think we're going to deal with this is take one at a time and go through the different proposals and vote them as you know, and we'll leave 0 West Falmouth Highway for last. So I think we'll take one at a time and vote them, or if anyone has any questions. So we're going to, and just to remind everyone here, we're here tonight because town meeting, by a 2/3 vote, authorized the town to dispose of these properties, and it is only because of that we're here doing this tonight. I know, and we all know, that there are a number of comments. We've all heard them. We've all listened to them. We've all read them. We know your comments. It's going to be a long meeting if we hear everyone just say what they said the other night at the meeting or repeat what they have emailed to us. We want to be open. We want to hear you, but we really want to focus on the purpose of this evening's meeting, which is to discuss the RFPs and whether people think something should be out of them that are in there, or that something should be in there that's not there, as opposed to all of the other comments surrounding, in particular 0 West Falmouth Highway. So let's speak first about the 0 Locust Field Road. And I think the big question there, do you want to speak, Mr. Cornock? I think the big question for us at this point is whether we want to incorporate a rental and home ownership portion of the property. What would be the numbers? What are we looking at as far as number of rentals, number of potential houses?
Sure. For the record, Jed Cornock, Community Development Director. In the rental proposal, the rental RFP, the number of units is capped at 40. So it would just be simple 40 dwelling units. You can go no higher, but you can go lower, a potential proposal. In the rental and homeownership RFP, it goes up to 46. So we've added 6 homeownership units that can be added to that, so a total of 46 dwelling units.
What's the theory that maybe reduce the rental to 34 and 6?
No,
it didn't work?
No, so the total cap would still be at 4. It would increase to 46 because what we envision in the rental component fits nicely with 40 units on that site, and we feel like an additional 6 units could be accommodated.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr.
No, go ahead, Mr.
How different are the 6 units for ownership to the 40 rental units? Like, what's the difference between them in terms of makeup and?
So you mean like structure?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the homeownership, we are essentially looking for some creativity. So we're open to single-family, duplexes, triplexes, whatever a proposer thinks is appropriate for that site. We're open to it. And with the rental units, we're looking for multifamily, so larger structures, but we don't want to see a single large structure. So essentially, we want to try and create almost a village, if you will, in that area. So a variety of structures is what we're looking for.
So like multifamily as option with, green space, and then your ownership units also on the same site.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And these would all be 40B going to?
With 0 Locust Field Road, yes, it
Yes.
would all be 40B. Yes.
The RFPs don't have dates. They have, will we be putting in dates and timelines for the proposals going out?
Yes.
When we expect, things to happen with respect to the development and the process.
Yeah, so my understanding is that you would authorize the town manager with a positive vote tonight to work on those dates along with staff and to finalize them before the RFP is released. But yes, the idea would be to insert dates that we feel are comfortable, that you're comfortable with.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Goldstone.
2 questions. First of all, with regard to what you were talking about, the vision for the site of more of a village feel, and this may be in here, but I'm flipping through the packet. Is that language actually in the RFP? Is that guidance that we will be giving in the RFP in terms of what we're looking for from developers?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Second thing, I'm very sensitive to the comments we've received and the issue in general of deforestation for development, and especially with this parcel being the largest of the 4 that we're discussing. Could we put into the RFP a preference or a requirement for construction practices that do not involve clear cutting?
I suppose you could. We also anticipate this project, once a proposer is selected, that this project would go through the local initiative program. That would work with the Housing Development Working Group. That's one of the things that I participate on, as does the Assistant Town Manager and others. We are consistently looking for that type of development. So not only would we be looking for that, but my understanding is that the Zoning Board of Appeals will be looking for that as well. But we can certainly add language to that effect.
And I trust and appreciate that that's what everybody's working toward. I'm just in terms of transparency and making sure that folks who might be bidding know what they're stepping into.
Sure.
So anyone else have any questions or comments specifically with 0 Locust Field?
I have my answer.
Yeah. Okay. We'll entertain some public comment, but we're going to limit it to 2 minutes, so if you don't mind. And please don't repeat what's been said before if you can possibly help it. Yes, please, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Noreen Byrne. My husband and I live on 54 Harriet Road. On Locust Field Road, there's already 40B there, okay? My 3 issues that have not come up before. One was about water. But the big thing that when we moved here in the late 70s, drinking water was an issue then. All we have done is expand in the town of Falmouth. How do you propose that we can have drinking water in years to come? We have reservoirs. Are we gonna have to use desalinization? We all need water. We're already on water restrictions. This is not just for Locust Field Road. This is for the future issues in the town of Falmouth. But more back to the high school, more back to Locust Field. There's traffic. We have a high school there. We're gonna have more traffic. It's already crazy. They come down Locust Field Road, they go down Gifford Street because there's so much traffic on Gifford Street. And I'm concerned about our young people. Also, trees are important for the environment. We can't keep taking our trees down. They provide shade, they provide exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and I think we're foolish to make this decision. But thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Anyone else with respect to Zero Locust Field? Yes, ma'am.
It's more, I beg your pardon, I'm Lisa Brown. I live on Shore Street in Falmouth. It's more of a clarification that I'd like to get because I did attend the meeting last week and it's on all the properties. The 40B permit, as I understand it, we as a town have made a safe harbor status. So that's wonderful and that's great because what I'm understanding, and Doug, you responded to a Facebook post of mine, it was very helpful, thank you. What I'm understanding from that is that we have more control, whereas if we're not in a safe harbor status, it gives the developers kind of the state to go to override us, if I'm understanding that. So when I see permitting on this as 40B, is that meaning it stays within our control in the state, it's just going towards affordable housing numbers? Or is it 40B that it could get a comprehensive permit which allows it to go to ZBA and ignore other zoning restrictions?
Mr. Cornock, would you like to respond?
So it would be the latter. However, I would just add a couple of items to that. So the reason it has to do it has to file a comprehensive permit is because it must exceed the zoning requirements within the area for density. It is not necessarily that a developer who proposes a comprehensive permit, especially considering the fact that we're in safe harbor now, would be able to override all zoning relief. So the comprehensive permit, as I mentioned, is really simply for the density. It would be up to the Zoning Board of Appeals to determine whether or not they grant additional waivers if they are asked for.
Mr. Chair, could I add to that?
Yes, please.
So I just want to emphasize that before it gets to the zoning board, the key, there are multiple levels of control here. One, yes, we are in safe harbor, so that gives the Zoning Board of Appeals additional discretion to be able to make requirements to change the proposal based on community concerns. But before it even gets to the ZBA, this is a town-owned piece of land. So the starting point will be this board, the select board, will receive proposals and decide whether or not you like any of them. So if you don't like any of the proposals, it's dead. It never gets to the ZBA. So there's a lot of control for situations like this where it's a town-owned parcel.
Thank you.
And I had one other piece to it, may I?
Sure.
Okay. The other piece to it was the land being given away. And I heard, again, more clarification in this meeting here today, was that for the least minimal amount legal. I don't know if that's $1 or what that dollar amount would be. My concern would be, I don't know if there's any type of cap on profits. I know it has to be attractive to the developer to want to do it. I was a developer, so I actually really do get that. But my concern is for the aesthetic and the character of this town, and seeing these projects going up that are butchering it. And so I'm wondering if as you review, if they got the land for a minimal amount, not understanding if there is a cap on profits or not, can then there be more initiative put to the developer to put more money into the aesthetic, into the trim, into the landscaping, more respect for green space. We just cannot keep going the way we're going. We're just killing our town.
Mm-hmm. Well, they can increase affordability as well.
I beg your pardon?
Increased affordability as well. We can have more affordable units as a result. Typically, it's just the minimum, 25%.
Right.
But we probably will expect a little bit more.
So again, my understanding from the meeting last week that all these units were affordable, and my understanding is the goal is 80 a year being added to keep us into safe harbor.
Right.
So if 40, let's go with just rental, 40 units being on Zero Locust. So my question then is, of those 40 units, do all 40 count towards the affordable, but not all 40 will be offered at an affordable rate?
I may have misspoken. Let's see.
They all are affordable, I think, yeah.
I think it's an excellent question. So for clarity's sake, all of these properties that are before you tonight will be 100% affordable. And the ranges of AMIs, the area median income, can be seen on the screen. So as an example, in the Zero Locust Field Road site, we are looking to encourage, or we're looking for AMI ranges between 30% to 120%. For Zero West Falmouth Highway, we're looking from 60 to 140%, and we're encouraging a tiered approach rather than just having all of them be 140%. We're encouraging developers to come to us with a creative idea and give us a variety of different structures and a variety of different AMI ranges. And then importantly for 20 Brigantine and Pheasant, those are different, as Kim mentioned, primarily because of the permitting path. So as you can see, 20 Brigantine, we have determined, myself, the building commissioner, have determined that that is a building permit. And so it's an as-of-right use. So because of that, we've looked at that, Kim and I, and said, well, let's increase that AMI range so that we can create more of a workforce housing type AMI. Whereas 21 Pheasant Lane, it's our professional opinion that that requires a 40B permit. Again, for complicated reasons, which I won't get into this evening. It can be a little drier than the financial report, so I'll stay away from it. But for the time being, it's a 40B permit that it has to be capped at 80% AMI because of state law.
But I'm just going to ask one question. I mean, there is some question, or people have raised questions with respect to 21 Pheasant Lane and whether it is buildable as of right. I know you've said, and I know the building commissioner has opined that it is not. But will we have an official opinion with respect to it so that we know exactly, or people know exactly where the building commissioner is coming with respect to that particular property? Because it's a huge difference in timing. We're looking at, a much shorter period of time to develop 21 Pheasant Lane if it's buildable as of right, as opposed to having to go through the permit process. So I think we need to be very sure that it is not buildable as of right. And then we could also increase the AMI as you're doing with 20 Brigantine.
Completely
Just a concern of mine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All I can say to that is it was a meeting that I had with the building commissioner as well as our associate town council and town council. All of us agree that it is, in fact, a 40B permit path.
I think we just need something written so that people who have questioned it will understand where the town is coming from.
Sure.
Mr. Richardson.
That was my first question, so thank you. I share that concern. Is there any reason, and I know you kind of just spelled this out, is there any reason that the bottom rung for Zero Locust Field Road is 30%? Can that be higher?
It certainly can be higher, yes. And to be clear, these AMI ranges are within your control. That's why we're here tonight for you to decide on. The reason we kept it at 30% AMI is because what we're trying to do is address all AMI ranges within that development, because as you can see, what we're trying to do is target affordable housing to everyone in town. And so we don't want to try to put it all into one bucket. We want to just create variety.
Thank you.
Can I say something on that as well?
Sure.
Depending, we kept it on the lower range of 30% as well, because it may change depending on who bids on it too, because some developers may want to keep the 30 and they will receive different subsidies based on a lower, like the tax LITCA that they can apply for, and it would make it more financially feasible for them to have 100% of it deed restricted and having a tiered approach. So that's why we wanted to keep that 30% to allow bidders that may want to go that route with more subsidy from the state, like the LITCA or anything like that. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brown.
Can I ask a question about the overall big picture of the housing production plan and how this fits with our need to produce those 80 units? Mm-hmm. Will we be overdoing it in a year when we don't need the credit? How much we have on the pipeline versus what we're considering here? Should we be more strategic about maybe doing this next year? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, there's no way to tell, because I don't know who, what other developers would be applying for in building. I think that the need is here today. My professional opinion, the numbers and to stay in safe harbor are important, but we have a lot of people that really need housing, and if we can do this, I think the sooner the better.
And again, I mean, we have a mandate from town meeting that this happen and happen quickly, I think. Mr. Ritz.
And on that point, I feel like these four properties would, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, would be a, a good point to see, is this a strategy we should adopt for the future? If we get ahead of it and then we say, okay, we've just built a lot, maybe we look at redevelopment, other parts of town, trying to buy other buildings. And I think that springboarding on this and doing it that way, I think, puts us in a position where we don't have to rush to build as much as we are with these ones.
Yeah, I just don't want to be in a drought next year and not have anything going on. I'm curious. So there's no projection of how many units are being produced this year? Because we had such a rush on permits these last couple of years. I would think that there's quite a lot in play.
I can give you that information at a later date, but I didn't come prepared with the specific numbers of what's in the pipeline and what, some that have already been permitted through the permits, that when the ZBA was inundated with applications, those have already been added to our subsidized housing inventory. So right now, their docket is a little bit lower regarding 40B applications. So I'd have to really take a look. I don't recall offhand.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
So, anyone else on the board? Does anyone in the audience have any specific questions with respect to Zero Locust Field? If not, then...
Actually,
Yes,
I would, to answer the first public comment, is there going to be any form of well, do you know if the property is on either a CCRTA, or how feasible is it for transportation? Because ideally, I would hope that a number of families with students who could walk to the high school or get there conveniently, beyond what would be a bus stop, I'm assuming, is there any transportation infrastructure that's currently in place or walkability at that site?
No, there's not.
Okay.
The DART now has a system through, and you can sign up for it on the app, and you can order it to come just like an Uber, so you can...
I know GATRA does that for Plymouth and for other parts of Plymouth County, but I didn't know if that infrastructure was here.
Very popular option, actually.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I will also note it's not all the way up Locust Field, but we did hear from the Pedestrian and Bikeway Committee that they're looking to create a multi-use path, excuse me, across Brick Kiln.
Right.
Which would help with some in the area, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you looking for a motion specific to each of the four separately?
I think so. I think that's the best way to go. So.
Excellent. I would move that the board authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to dispose of or otherwise convey all or a portion of Zero Locust Field Road, assessor's parcel IDs 2302010004 and 2302010005. Sorry, my eyes are going crossed. With the mixed ownership model and language inserted to note preference for village-style development and construction without clear cutting.
I'll second that with a comment, if I could.
Please.
Just to address something I think we might have passed over is the safety concerns about the dangerousness of the roadway. So anything that's going to be developed here is going to be subject to review at the DPW for curb cuts and lines of site safety.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people need to understand that this is really just the very beginning, and that all of these concerns are going to be addressed in the appropriate forum. And as Mr. Johnson-Staub reminds us, it's all at the end of the day that the select board to make that decision. So you can rest assured that the concerns with respect to safety and drainage and all the other concerns that have been raised will be appropriately dealt with going forward, and you'll you'll have more than enough opportunity to register those comments and concerns at the appropriate time. So, but you have seconded the motion?
Yes, I
Mr.
have.
Brown?
I just
Okay.
wanted to make that
Yeah, I
comment.
appreciate it. So we have a motion and a second with respect to Zero Locust Field. Any further discussion?
I would like one more question, if I may.
Okay.
And this kind of goes back to your point on credits that my developers might want. Say I suggested 40% as the bottom rung instead of 30%. Do you have an idea of how much that would impact? I want to ensure that these are as affordable as possible and as many people can get into them as possible.
You're going the other direction.
I am going the other direction. Never mind. We need more rich people in town. No, I'm just kidding. My apologies.
Okay. With that, do we have any further discussion? If not, we're ready for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let's move on to 20 Brigantine. Anyone in the audience have any particular questions or concerns with respect to the RFP for 20 Brigantine? No? Any of the board members?
Just that the drainage was the biggest
Yep.
concern there, and then the developer will have to see if that's
think it
something
was-
he can work with. We might not get a response on that one.
Yeah, well, any developer is going to have to take that into consideration. It was discussed at the meeting last week, and we're very well aware of the drainage easement, and we'll make sure it's appropriately addressed. Does anyone want to make a motion with respect to 20 Brigantine?
I don't have the motion.
Motion to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposal to dispose of or otherwise convey all or a portion of
Let's just say 20 Brigantine.
20 Brigantine Lane. We don't need the assessor's parcel. Excellent. As proposed.
I'll second that. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on to 21 Pheasant Lane. Anyone in the audience have any questions or concerns with respect to 21 Pheasant Lane and the RFP? No? Any?
Maybe.
Yes, ma'am? Oh, you were the drainage easement? Okay, you're happy? Well, as happy as you can be. We'll take it into consideration, I assure you. Okay. 21 Pheasant Lane. Anyone prepared to make a motion? Ms.
All right.
Goldstone?
I'm on a roll.
You are.
Motion to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to dispose of or otherwise convey all or a portion of 21 Pheasant Lane.
I'll second that.
Okay. My only comment is with respect to what we were discussing before as to an opinion on the buildability of that. With that understanding, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we go to 0 West Falmouth Highway. Anyone have any specific questions with respect to 0 West Falmouth Highway? We will have a 2-minute comment period, and try not to repeat what we have already in our packets or heard the other night, but happy to hear you.
I appreciate you taking the time. My name is Alan Gellerman. I live at 403 West Falmouth Highway, across from the Chappie Grill. I just found out tonight from a flyer in my mailbox about all this, so I just found out, so I apologize if I'm repeating something. That road, 28A, is turning into a major highway. There's motorcycles flying up and down that street every day, kids on bikes, women, 80-year-old women who've been killed across the West Falmouth Market by cars while they're on a scooter. I work in real estate, so I'm sort of familiar with what's going on. That corner there that you want to put the houses is on a side of a major road, Palmer Ave, 28A, 3 different roads coming together in one spot. That is dangerous. I'm concerned about that. In regards to historical, my next-door neighbor, which is working in his house, and I put work in my house, we went through a lot of work to keep it at historical standards. When I see the center of Falmouth and I see those buildings that were put up for housing, they look more like you're in downtown Boston versus Falmouth. And I'm concerned that's what's going to happen over there. You want to make it affordable, I understand that, but
affordable doesn't mean sacrificing the appearance of the town and how it looks and the safety. I've spoken numerous times to the police station about getting speed bumps put on that road. I've spoken to them about the motorcycles. I've spoken to them about noise in the street. People riding their bicycles, that also has become a problem. The bike path doesn't seem to exist for some reason. People are mainly concerned going on that road with bikes, taking a ride down Palmer, going down Sipawesset, getting hurt, and I see more problems happening in that corner. If it's a neighborhood that's off of a side street, that's not a neighborhood going deep in the woods, and it's not in an area where 3 major roads meet where there's no traffic lights and no watching, that's understandable. But this is dangerous. And you're asking for trouble for people getting hurt, kids getting hurt on bikes. I've seen people taking the bikes with kids behind them in those little trailers they put behind there. I just see a lot of problems with the traffic and the noise and the water concerns. You know, that's another thing I'm hearing tonight. I bought my house in West Falmouth because I like West Falmouth's atmosphere. Trees, neighborhoods, people you could talk to, people who live there year-round, not renting the houses out. That's going to turn into a rental area. You guys can say, no, they can't, but I also work in insurance. So I know people who always ask me when they're about buying houses, oh, can I rent it out? Well, the insurance company give me a rental. So they disregard what the town rules are half the time, and I tell them you have to check with the town. But I don't mean to drag this on, but I just can't believe that this town will allow that area, which is the oldest area, I think, in the town, Quaker area, where everybody is proud of where they live. I mean, just going out and out of West Falmouth Market's parking lot, you have to watch what goes on over there. People pulling in and out of there all the time. And I've seen people hit each other in the parking lot, kids running across the street. You've got the Chappie Beach, you've got Old Silver Beach, you've got the hotel down the street. There's a lot of things going on down there. And to put something like this in there, you're asking for trouble, because there's never police on that road. I've called them a million times, please watch the speed on that road. Motorcycles, it's crazy.
Okay.
So all these things you want to do there, you know, I understand people need housing, and the average now is 3 months the houses are on the market, so that's getting a little better. Prices are starting to go down a little better now too, which is good, but when you say affordable, just to get the insurance on a condo in there is going to cost somebody $3 grand a year. You have to get a master policy to cover that whole area. The expenses for those things, the HOAs.
You're going to have to wrap it up, sir,
right.
but I appreciate your
I
point.
apologize. This is the first time I found about this tonight. But these are my concerns. So I hope you listen to what is going on and don't put a major thing in 3 different streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak with respect to 0 Locust Field?
0 West Falmouth.
I'm sorry, 0 West Falmouth. Yep.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Maureen Harlow Hawks, West Falmouth. One of the concerns that I have, it's not just West Falmouth, it's all of these projects and all the projects that have been happening in this town. Our estuaries, our ponds, our harbors, they are so declining because of effluent, fertilizer, runoff. Every time we build, we're making an impact, and it's a footprint that we're not going to lose. And to see Locust Field was really sad to see agricultural land to have the last crop to be a house. And we've been fighting with the Ag Commission to try and keep open space, and here we're taking agricultural land and turning it into house lots. I understand everybody wants affordable. Cape Cod isn't affordable. It's very simple. It never was affordable. I want to know what these projects are, because I was just at the Board of Health, and they're working on their regulations for denitrifying systems, and it's going to be all new construction. And a denite system is roughly, the tank alone is 30 grand. I'm not going to get into all the numbers, but it's just roughly $40,000 extra, not counting the O&M on it. So I don't know how these are going to be affordable if new construction is going to have to put them in. The other question that I have that's always bothered me, and it will continue to bother a lot of people, will all of these units be for Falmouth residents? Because we're buggering up our town, so at least we should do it for the people that live here. Are they all going to be for Falmouth residents? Can they be?
Mr. Cornock, please.
So each one of the RFPs requires that there'll be a local preference, and by state law, we can only allow for up to 70% of the total units to be for Falmouth residents. a Falmouth, or a person who has a child in the Falmouth schools or works in town. So 70% of the units.
And what would that number be? How many are we building and how many will be in preference?
So it would be 70% of 46, which I believe is what you just approved.
On this one, it's 6
On
On
this
this
site,
one, if it goes for 6, I mean, we don't know
70% of
what we're
6.
going to get, but
Correct.
at this point, we may not get 6. Nobody might want to build 6.
we might decide to scale that back.
Right.
All these 4 projects.
So, but if it was 6, then it would be 4.
correct.
It would be 4 for local preference, 70% of 6.
4 units out of 40.
No.
just the one
Only
property.
on West Falmouth is 6. So
She's asking for the entire 4.
The entire amount that the town Falmouth residents would be allowed to have, and how many are we building?
Trying to do the quick math.
So I would say, according to my quick
Computing.
math here, if it were 46 units with the mixed model on 0 Locust Field and 6 at this, that would be 52 total. 7/10 of that would be 36 units.
And then 1 each on the other 2 properties, probably, right?
Those can't be local preference because they're single unit.
Right.
Okay.
So only 36, and the remaining go to anybody that goes in the
that's per
lottery?
state law. I mean, we don't really
Well,
have any
if we're
control
in
over
safe
that.
harbor, maybe we can't. So again, why are we doing this? To bring more people here that never have lived here, that couldn't afford to live here, and now we're building them affordable homes so that they can bugger up our properties with water and pollution and traffic and schools in our systems. I'm sorry, I just think that enough is enough. Anybody that has lived here, I don't even care if you've lived here 1 year, just drive down East Main Street, and it will make you cry. And if that's what affordable housing is, that's why nobody wants affordable housing, because that's what we get. We destroy our towns. This beautiful historic town from 1686 now looks worse than Hyannis. And I think it's a shame.
So
Mr. Brown?
So those were built before we got to the 10%, before we were in safe harbor. So that is what you get when you're not in a position to push back.
And you
That-
think 46 units on Locust Street, on Locust Field Road, in a residential area that was agricultural, is appropriate?
Well, I think
And we're-
we've already dealt with 0 Locust Field, so let's,
Just, the point I'm trying to make is, if we don't make 80 units a year, we're going to fall off that production plan. Then we're opening ourselves up to this Main Street monstrosity happening again. So that's why we have to keep moving forward and make progress. That's why we have to do this.
Well, progress is really in the eye of the beholder,
You
unfortunately.
can't just say no, you can't do nothing, or else
Okay.
more units like that are going to come, and I think that's worse.
2/3 of town meeting voted
Mr.
for this,
Neto.
too, so the majority of town did vote for this.
yeah,
Thank you for your time.
thank you.
Run for town meeting.
Can we have 2 minutes, Joe?
Sure.
All right.
Joe Neto, Precinct 9, and I'm taking the podium tonight as a town meeting member, and some of these things that I wanted to say tonight have been said. This process started with town meeting, which meant that every village and town at their precinct discussed this article. There's nothing that's changed. This is the same thing that was presented to us in November of 2024. I think something that's from sitting here tonight, and I think this is a good plan. I'm not the biggest affordable housing advocate, especially when it's detrimental to the environment. I think the environment, as Mrs. Howell just said, is paramount. But there's a lot of good parts of this plan that I think a lot of people are overlooking. The affordable housing part is good. We say we need more workers. So 80% of the AMI for Cape Cod, the last time I looked, I think for family of two people was something about $80,000. And I like to look at the other part, especially this 0, so hard to see, 0 West Falmouth Highway, 140%. When I met with Ms. Fish earlier,
I think it's $190,000 for a family of 4. And now we're into the term that I think many of us like to use, which is workforce housing. Housing for firemen and teachers and policemen that are starting out, not the chief. Let's not get confused here. And that's what's good. When you look at the cost of housing on Cape Cod, and you're looking at someone who's been here for 78 years, I don't want to tell you, my parents' house just resold. It went from $22,500 to $769 in 30 years. That's quite a jump. But let's get back to this. I think there's something that's missing here, and from what I understand, is you are in control. The town of Falmouth, through the Board of Selectmen, is in control of these developments. You folks are the clerk of the works. You're going to hire a developer. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me. And therefore, you're going to vote on all these. I picked up this RFP for this property and read it. And in my business, when I worked, before I retired, I dealt with RFPs. This is one of the best written RFPs I've ever come across. For those people that are worried about the aesthetics, under highly advantageous for this property, to get the highest ranking, it's a single-family home that fits in with the character of the neighborhood. And in the creation of this document, the people of Falmouth, I think, are represented. You know, we can always find something wrong. We always have our concerns. But the biggest thing here is, through the Board of Selectmen, this whole project, all of these homes or apartments, come under their control. If they don't like what a potential developer is put down on paper, they say, no, it's not a done deal. As opposed to Liberty Green and Saxon. Under 40B, as a town meeting member, I become somewhat educated in this, as someone who knows nothing about it. Basically, you have no control. There is no local control under 40B. We can't blame the selectmen. We can't blame anybody except for our state representatives. Those are the people, the Bieras.
Mr. Neto, we're going to have to...
Okay, I'll hurry up.
I apologize, but
because
we need to
that's
move on.
where the law comes from.
Yep.
It's a state law. And now that we've reached safe harbors, as I said earlier, we still have to build 80 units a year. Well, I would rather see us in control of building part of those 80 units instead of having the Saxon partners come in with their second 300 more homes on Sandwich Road. And we still have the Kimco project for the plaza that's sitting there. So I applaud the Board of Selectmen for this. Do what town meeting directed you to do by the affirmative 2/3 vote and do this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone else in the audience want to speak to 0 West Falmouth Highway? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thanks for having this. My name is Eric Kudinevich. I live on West Falmouth Highway. And I'd like to ask the Select Board to delay and reconsider the relief of RFPs for 0 West Falmouth Highway. I think that there's been like kind of a false dichotomy made between affordable housing and conservation. And I think we need a more systemic and economically and environmentally sustainable approach. Looking at past Falmouth Affordable Housing Trust projects and in other surrounding towns, if you account for development costs and the value of land, construction of new homes are significantly more expensive than purchasing deed restrictions on existing structures and repurposing of existing structures, such as conversion to multifamily homes. It's often in excess of 2 times more expensive
And unlike houses, forest land is not fungible. We have a limited and dwindling amount in the town. Only 26 to 28% is conserved in Falmouth versus 38% in Mashpee and upwards of 50% in Bourne. I think we should be investing our current financial resources, like Jack mentioned, as a town to obtain affordable housing and not using land conserved by past generations and taking it away from future generations' use. Additionally, I think that this site in particular is a poor site given the dangerous egress to roadways identified by Mass DOT and West Falmouth Village Association. There's also a complete lack of walkable services, meaning a costly car bill for the affordable units placed there. And then obviously the loss of public forest land since 1931 and loss of the walking trail there, and the opportunity to combine with abutting parcels for a large contiguous conservation area because the Carlson land is up for sale, abutting to the property. Yeah, in general, I don't think it's a good site. I don't think it will really generate long-term what's truly affordable if you account for all the costs. And there's like a lot of other options that we have presented. I think we all know how town meeting, like people are presented a huge slate of things. They often don't do all the background reading. People are like dozing off in the back. That's a limit of the format and stuff, and we need to have good people run for it. And like, I really think it's a good process in an ideal format, but I think that saying that there's like total consensus and stuff when we've seen like lots of people give comments is not totally accurate. And just that site, I think 0 Locust Field Road, you can walk to the high school, that's great. 0 Brigham Field Road, Pleasant Lane, I think makes a lot of sense to find those small lots between houses, but this site in particular I think is not great. And I also, maybe counterintuitively, I think that we really should look at duplexes and triplexes if we are going to build there. I think that is actually preferable, maybe to having just single-family homes that will take up more possible space. But thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Brown, Shore Street. Just quickly on this, and I know the board, I believe, has a copy of the letter from the West Falmouth Village Association. Okay, so my question would be, it's just a thought, is it worth pulling back just this one to just revisit that traffic letter to make sure that we're okay there? It's a very busy corner and a really odd.
I think all those concerns will be addressed in the appropriate forum going forward. We're obviously aware of the West Falmouth Village Association's letter and their concerns, but we're not a permitting board. At this point, all we're doing is issuing these RFPs and dealing with them. The appropriate bodies will certainly take a look at the traffic and all of the other issues that have been raised. I can tell you. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else on the board have any questions or comments?
I do share that concern, and I share Eric's concern as well as a strategy when we have. This is a broader point, but when we have people, we have Yankees fans and people from out of state buying houses cash the next day, and we're trying to deforest our town. I think it begs a bigger conversation of the wealth inequality that is in this town and land that we are losing to the rich who are not invested in our community or paying their fair share.
These are affordable houses. I'm not sure.
Well, you were losing land to make this. What I'm saying is we have examples of multiple lots around town that are being purchased for obscene rates for people to be there for two weekends of the year. And I think we should consider this moving forward of adapting our policy. That being said,
that's a discussion that we should have in the future. I don't disagree.
Yes. That being said, I do believe in Mr. Netto's point where I do believe we have a mandate of town meeting. Eric's right. I don't think town meeting is the most effective form of government, but that is our form of government, and that's been what we have. And I think we do have a mandate
Making a motion with respect to 20 Brigantine, to 0 West Falmouth?
I'm not prepared to make a motion at this time, but I just wanted to offer my support.
Okay.
Do we want to?
Mr. Brown?
Do we want to consider scaling it back a little bit, given the concerns that we've heard? Maybe instead of 6 units, maybe we make it 4?
Well, again, I mean, we're just putting a range in here. I mean, I think any developer that looks at that site, it may not make sense for 6, but I don't think we should make that decision. I think we should go with what I think our planners have come up with as a good plan and see what we get. If we don't like it, we're not going to go along with it.
Well, at the same time, if we're putting it out there saying up to 6, then they're going to want to develop 6.
Maybe not, though. I mean, we don't know. I mean, that's
I'd love
how
to
I feel.
I would say, to the point of a creative design, I'd love to see something that looks like a single-family home that has a one-bedroom apartment and a two-bed, it could be 3 units in a single home, you know, looking like a single-family home. I think it's worth seeing
put
what
up
we
2 of
get,
them.
and, yeah, exactly. And so I think it's, we do have a lot of control here. I hear the concerns. And at the same time, we're going to have to make some compromises. And this is the most control that we're ever going to have over the end product of what this looks like.
And I just want to commend the two of you for how you've just framed that. And I think it's very important that we are not saying that we're building 3 duplexes today. This is just the opportunity for us to review. And as Mr. Johnson-Staub said, we have the right to reject developers' proposals.
This is not going to be Liberty Green. That's for sure.
Mr. Chair, I'll round it out. A motion to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to dispose of or otherwise convey all or a portion of the town-owned parcel of 0 West Falmouth Highway.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, Heather.
And thank everyone for their comments and thoughts. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to move on. I think we can move on a little more quickly going forward here, hopefully. So the next item of business is review and discuss the town's entertainment license regulation. As Mr. Renshaw, do you want to tee that up for us a little bit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make some hay on this next item. So about a year ago, the Select Board adopted some revisions to the entertainment regulation. Copy of that current adopted version is in your packets. There's no formal action being requested tonight. As you all know, from time to time, individual Select Board members will ask for items to be added to the agenda just for discussion and dialogue. Although I'm not requesting any formal decision tonight, I would be very interested in hearing if there are any specific sections within this entertainment regulation that the Select Board would like to see changed, because it has been a year, and as we all know, circumstances change. I'll add this and then stop and open it and allow the discussion for the Select Board, because it's your policy. Over the past year that this has been in place, there's only been one resident complaint, and as Select Board knows from an update that I gave a few months ago, that was at Bad Martha's, and I continue to meet quarterly. I have to schedule my next meeting with them, with Bad Martha's, to ensure that they're doing what they can to address those neighbors' concerns. But I just wanted to give some context to this. There's not been a large amount of, well, there's been one complaint with regards to loud noise and whatnot in the entertainment.
Well, this item was actually added at Mr. Brown's request, and he wanted to have it on the agenda a while ago, so I'll let him have some say with respect to what he sees.
Okay, so when we first put this out, there was a lot of feedback from the local license holders, and I met with several of them over at the Chamber of Commerce right after the regulation was put in place to try to reassure them that we weren't trying to, ruin their business or go after people and change everything that they've been doing for years. And what was the concern was that if a business is operating and they're not completely within the parameters of the license, but yet they've been operating for years without problems, and a new person comes along and buys a piece of land nearby and says, hey, I can hear music, and if I look in this entertainment license, I'm not supposed to have to hear that, and then that now could cause a problem for somebody who really hasn't had a problem. So what I'd like to have is, in addition to the license, sort of a pre-existing non-conforming clause that would say an existing entertainment license in good standing may not meet the letter of the law with regard to all aspects of the bylaw. Just for instance, that's just my little rough language. And that would be sort of like a buyer beware. if you're going to buy an apartment or rent an apartment that might be above Liam McGuire's, I don't know if there is such a thing, but don't expect that, it's going to be perfect within our entertainment regulations. And I know it's maybe tricky language to come up with, but it's sort of, I think it's something that should be there to protect an existing business who's got an entertainment license against a person who is maybe new to the community. So maybe they should look at this and say, wow, so even though they have this entertainment license and it's very strict, it was really crafted for new businesses and new licenses, I think was our original intent, because we had been dealing with a couple of new licenses that had been causing some issues, and some of the neighbors were surprised. So that's my thinking, and that was the consensus from the group that I met with last year, was if they just had some language that would offer them protection against new neighbors that might not understand that this has been going on for a long time. And there's also the other aspect of town events on, for instance, the band shell or the fairgrounds. I don't know if we really didn't address that. Maybe we should just make it clear that those may be exempt from this, or maybe we should give that some thought. My main concern of bringing it was to give this pre-existing status to existing license holders, because I think it's probably, it probably is true that not everyone can meet the letter of the law.
So I'm going to ask Town Council to speak to that nonconformity. I just wanted to mention, Mr. Chair, if I could real quickly, the second point Select Board Member Brown is making. There is language currently in Section 7 and maybe some other areas that gives the Select Board that control. Any license for entertainment to take place outdoors, including any area of the licensed premises or building that is exposed to open air, may be allowed under these regulations subject to the following restrictions unless explicitly permitted or otherwise permitted otherwise by the Select Board. So there is that general, the Select Board does have that control already in the language. Maura, sorry to put you on the spot, but I think I will. So in regards to the first area that Select Board Member Brown wanted to look at in terms of the non-conforming, what are your thoughts on that initially? All of this, of course, would have to be part of a public hearing if any changes were to be made. I think that's important too, but for tonight's discussion.
Sure. So as to the first part about wanting to provide some protection to existing licensees, I do have several concerns. The first being, I'm not quite sure what the problem is we're trying to solve here, because there haven't been any problems at all with these regulations. And the regulations were put in place because there were problems when there were no regulations, because this board didn't have any ability or have any teeth when there was a complaint. There were no metrics, there was no guardrails. There were no guardrails for you to implement, and it was highly unusual that the town didn't have any kind of entertainment regulations in place at all. They're very common. I think most, if not the greater percentage of other municipalities have entertainment regulations, and it's for when something goes awry that you need them. So these I find to be essential, and it's also essential that they apply to everybody. With regulations like this, where you're talking about some kind of tool in your toolbox to be able to control a situation that is uncontrollable. You're talking about public safety, you're talking about almost always there's alcohol involved with the entertainment license. They do go hand in hand. So the only time you ever use these is when there's an issue that creates a very serious issue of public safety. Overcrowding concerts, or people just getting out of control and not paying attention to things like traffic or overcrowding or bothering the neighbors with noise, excessive noise. These kinds of regulations are not meant to exempt everybody who has one at the time of enactment.
doing so would prevent some of the people, some of the businesses that have shown up before you from time to time over the last few years. It would give them a get-out-of-jail-free card, because you'd have to put a dividing line in there somewhere and say, from here on in, this is what we're doing. And it should apply to everybody. It needs to apply to everybody equally. So I do have concerns about giving protections to certain businesses as a reward because they haven't had any issues at all. Just like a new neighbor could come in, a new business could get a new manager, or a business could have a rough night, or maybe just a series of bad decisions that were made. And it's not a reflection on that particular business, but without these regulations having any applicability, there's nothing you can do about it. So I caution any efforts to walk away from what are very valuable tools for you to use where there hasn't been an issue with any of these and the implementation of them. They're just there for you to use in case. And to the town manager's point, if you look at paragraphs 7 and 8, there's a lot of power and a lot of discretion written into both of those sections. It allows you to craft parameters that fit specific license holders. So, for example, entertainment the violations are usually about noise, and how noise carries is going to be different depending on the size of the licensee, the size of the event place. It's going to depend whether it's on the water, or whether it's in the woods, or whether it's downtown, or what's surrounding it. And these paragraphs here allow you to craft very specific terms and conditions that relate to that particular restaurant or that particular entertainment venue and that particular owner. You can tailor it to that ability of that owner to be responsible and responsive to the problems. So where again, I go back to where I started with this soapbox. I haven't heard a problem with these regulations in the year that they've been implemented. And I caution you about changing something that isn't broken.
Well, but 7 and 8 only really apply to outdoor entertainment, correct?
Yes. Wait, isn't that the problem that we're talking about?
No.
Oh, so.
My example was that, say, for instance, there were an apartment above Liam McGuire's, and somebody moves into that apartment not realizing that there's a restaurant downstairs that has live music often. And now that person in the apartment looks into it and says, oh, there's entertainment regulations. I'm not supposed to be able to hear that up here. So now they have standing to complain to us and make this business that's been there for years now have to turn their music down because maybe the adjoining business has an apartment above it, or I'm just throwing out an example. So I feel like there should be some kind of buyer beware or some kind of protection for businesses against a new resident to the neighborhood that might be surprised and didn't really pay attention that they're living above a pub.
So what does that look like, though? I don't understand the buyer beware aspect of it.
What I think you're saying is, like, say someone moves to Liam's, I enjoy the Tuesday karaoke myself, and goes and they sue, say they're not abiding by entertainment regulations, and then they have grounds for it. Is that something that could happen? I mean, it sounds like a nightmare scenario, but if that happens, is that something that under our current regulations could happen?
I don't know. Is there an apartment above Liam's? If we're going to do the hypothetical.
I don't know that. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, there is.
Who knows? We don't know what's in the future, but I'm saying maybe we're not prepared for it.
Find out. But
right. maybe we're not prepared for it, and maybe that could be a particular issue. So do you want to protect Liam McGuire's from this regulation? Do you want to exempt Liam McGuire's?
No, I just want it to be somewhere in the regulation to say there may be an existing license holder that may not be meeting these parameters exactly as written, but if it's been ongoing, pre-existing, then it's maybe likely to occur. I don't know exactly, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I don't know if the language can be crafted, but I'm just pointing out something that was pointed out to me by existing license holders, a little less than a year ago, and I'm just passing it on.
Ms. Goldsmith?
Noting the time, I'll be really succinct. I appreciate the comment that this needs to apply to everyone. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that we would allow some, based on when the license was given, some events or businesses to play by one set of rules and others by a different set of rules. To your point, Mr. Brown, I think that also applies when it comes to different events, the town events. We need to be accounting in here for all of the different types of events that happen, and making sure that we're treating everyone fairly. That said, I continue to be extremely uncomfortable with the language that is in here, both in point 5 regarding indoor entertainment and Section 7C with regard to outdoor entertainment, because we are setting a standard that is frankly impossible to meet. There are very few cases in which you could possibly have outdoor entertainment of pretty much any sort and have it not leave the property would have to be so large and the entertainment so small and so quiet that we're setting an impossible standard there. And yes, we have the power to exempt, and we have done that in one case. But I think if this is what's going to be on paper, then we as a board are going to need to do a lot more work in terms of really thinking about what are the exemptions and what are the conditions as per paragraph 8 that we're placing on an entertainment regulation for outdoor entertainment to ensure that we're actually setting a standard that is possible to meet. And when it comes to indoor entertainment, there are, and I will not name names because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but you can walk down Main Street many nights of the week and hear multiple businesses with music emanating out onto the sidewalk, which personally I think is fabulous and a wonderful part of walking down Main Street on an evening after having had dinner, and I wouldn't want that to stop, but that is not by the letter of the law, and anybody could walk down the street and say that needs to stop because that is audible outside the building, which is a violation of paragraph 5 of our noise regulations. So I think we need to work more on setting a standard that is actually meetable.
I'd like to make a comment in that I think taking that a next step further, if we are to consider updating this, we may want to look at a zoning overlay or some kind of entertainment district, to your point, which goes beyond just a one-to-one battle. And I think we've set ourselves up to protect the individuals and not necessarily the businesses in many of the cases, and we have a responsibility to do both and arbitrate both, perhaps being looking at a more fair solution or something that keeps it away from arbitration would be helpful. Felt that we, just judging from the outside, watching this last year, a pendulum swang in one direction very hard. I think we need to take some time. But to General Counsel Keefe's point, we haven't had anything arise yet, so we've been lucky so far. But this does warrant some discussion.
It has always amazed me that we haven't had more possible complaints from the public and from the business owners concerned about it. My original thoughts were that I was against the regulation because I just thought it was unfair to the businesses. But we never heard from the businesses objecting, so I said, okay, maybe this is okay regulation. Then we heard that there were some instances, and yet I reached out to Mr. Kasparian at the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce to ask him if any of his members are concerned about it. And I know that you had that meeting back about a year ago, but he said recently no one has, has brought it up. So, I kind of tend to agree with Ms. O'Keefe. If it's not broken, I don't think we should bother trying to fix it at this point. That's my opinion.
All right. Food for thought for now. I mean, if you look at it again and you think of some way that anything can be adjusted, that'd be great, but I don't have any concrete suggestions. I understand your point about we can't make special exceptions for certain people, but I think Ms. Goldstone had a good point, too. It's mission impossible to really meet this.
I will take all of your comments into consideration and look at the regulations through a new lens, and I'm happy to come back and have another conversation with you.
Okay.
Because I think all of these points are very well taken.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now, E, discuss and consider a vote on betterment policy for the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer project.
Mr. Chair, can I just seek a clarification? Process-wise, we do have the property owners meeting later this week, and it had been my understanding that this board was not going to vote a final policy until after that meeting. Has that changed?
I think you're referring to a discussion we had, and it was my understanding that we were going to try to vote on this evening so that Ms. Lowell could go to the meeting and explain what the policy was that was adopted by the board. And I think it was in that vein that this matter is now on the agenda.
Yeah, I can address that too, Mr. Chairman.
Renshaw, if you want to add to that.
That's on me. I misspoke at our last agenda setting meeting. I think Ms. Lowell in her last presentation, Select Board, made a comment about prior to that abutters meeting, the property owners meeting, it would be helpful if she had the Select Board's policy decision made. She'd be in a better position to answer questions during that July 31st meeting. And I think that was indicated in the presentation, the last presentation that was given. I misspoke during our agenda setting session last week in preparation for this meeting. I think I made the comment that it was not time sensitive. It is time sensitive in the sense that she has the meeting scheduled with the property owners on the 31st, and it would be helpful for her going into that meeting to be able to answer questions, but based upon the policy that the board decides.
So my only question off that, and off Vice Chair Goldstone's point, is are the property owners under the assumption that there's no policy in place before this meeting? I would hate for them to be under the same assumption that the Vice Chair is, and then we've just, accidentally told them something that is the polar opposite of what we would be doing tonight. Do we have an inclination of?
I didn't understand the question.
So the confusion is that Vice Chair Goldstone and I also thought this too, that the meeting with the property owners would take place before we vote the policy in place. Do you think that was relayed to them in that way?
No.
No. Property owner?
No.
Procedure is, but.
It's up to the board how and when you vote it. There was a detailed presentation on June 30th and another on July 14th, and discussion at both of those. And I thought that the discussion was leading towards a decision at this meeting.
Yeah.
It's up to you if that happens or not. There is a property owner information meeting scheduled for this Thursday, and it would be very helpful if a decision were made before that meeting, but it is not just because it's one more set of questions that I would have an answer to, that the town would have an answer to at that meeting. We certainly do not have all the answers
for the meeting on Thursday.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Please.
So to the question about the expectations for this meeting, I believe you sent a letter out to the property owners, and did the letter indicate that their input on the policy would be sought?
No, not at that meeting. Absolutely not.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified, so thank you both very much.
So I think we should hear Ms. Lowell's presentation, and then we can each decide whether or not we want to vote it tonight or not.
Okay. There have been folks at each of these meetings, and there are some here tonight from the Precinct 3 members and others who've been informed about the meeting. The meeting on Thursday was intended as an overall project information meeting, a first meeting for property owners about how the project's going to work and how it will affect them and what the timing is. And any information that we have available at that time will be presented. But it was not intended to be like a hearing or a solicitation of feedback.
That's my bad.
So I've given a couple of detailed presentations about this, and I don't want to rehash too much. This is the policy that was in the packet, and it is very similar to what was presented at the last meeting on July 14th. The only difference here is that we discussed, well, I can go through it. The betterment will be assessed using the uniform unit method. The brick kiln lift station and the force mains from the lift station to the treatment plant are considered general benefit facilities, meaning they benefit areas outside of the sewered area, or out of this sewer area. The collection system and the grinder pumps, if the town ends up opting to purchase them, are special benefit facilities, meaning they specifically benefit this project area. The project costs applicable to the service area are the costs of the special benefit facilities that I just listed, plus 60% of the construction engineering cost. In the last couple of presentations, we had different versions of that. In the original presentation, it said 100% of construction engineering cost and 100% of police detail cost. In the last presentation, there was discussion of that and of having a lesser percent included. Board member Goldstone had suggested that police detail cost didn't belong in this, didn't belong under the service area costs. So that is now out of this proposed or recommended policy. And then the cost allocation, consistent with what was voted at last town meeting, is that 70% of the project cost applicable to the service area would be paid by service area property owners via betterment assessment, and that all remaining project cost would be paid by the town as a whole. Then the sewer equivalent units, or SEUs, would be assigned to parcels in accordance with the SEU assignment table, which is on the next slide. And this we've discussed at both the previous meetings and has not changed. I'm happy to go through that because we haven't gone through it before at this meeting, but what, do you want to go through this for public benefit, or do you want me to skip this for now? Okay.
I'm fine with skipping it, I think.
Yeah, well, okay. We can come back to it if there are questions about it, but this has been presented twice before. So this is the cost table associated with the recommended option. The cost to be paid by service area property owners via betterments, which is 70% of the cost that we decided on the previous slide was applicable to the service area, adds up to $20 million, a little more than $20 million. And you can see from the zeros that that excludes the contract one lift station and force mains to the plant. It excludes grinder pump subsidy if the town elects to provide one, excludes police details and fiscal and legal costs. The cost to the town, meaning is to be paid by the town as a whole is the remaining cost, which is a little more than $26 million. If there are 830 sewer equivalent units, the cost per sewer equivalent unit would be about $24,500. And the cost per SEU per year over 30 years, it would be $819. So a single-family residential property, if they elected to pay this betterment over 30 years, would pay $819 per year.
But to be fair, the property owner will have additional costs.
Absolutely. The property owner will have the cost of connecting to the sewer, and will have the cost, they will pay for they will pay a sewer charge on their water and sewer bill based on water use once they're connected to the sewer system. But this is the betterment cost per SEU. A property that is assessed multiple SEUs would pay this cost per SEU. The single-family residential home is one SEU. There are a few properties that would be assessed multiples of those, and therefore their cost is a multiple of this. That number is an estimated maximum betterment amount per SEU because there is significant project contingency, cost contingency in the previous table. And the final number of SEUs is expected to be higher than 830. We've talked in previous meetings about why that is, that we don't know that number yet. A letter was sent out to a number of property owners asking that they allow the assessor's office to do an inspection so that they could verify number of bedrooms, so that could be used to determine the betterment assessment.
If there were more than 830, then it would lessen the cost to the property owner.
Per property, yes, per SEU.
Year.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And as stated, the betterments can be paid over 30 years at 0% interest, which is a major benefit. So to review options, option one is to adopt the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer betterment policy as recommended on that initial slide. Another option is to include 60% of the police detail cost under the project costs applicable to the service area, instead of all of the police detail costs being paid by the town. And the third option is up to the select board if there are other changes you wish to make. We had discussed options, a couple of options previously that had more of the cost going to the property owner. This list has been reduced leading up to this meeting. So I can show the cost of option 2, or we can just proceed to your discussion.
But why don't you show the cost option 2, because it shows what the cost would be.
Yeah, the only difference here for option 2 is under police details. We're now carrying a portion of the cost of police details under the cost to be paid under the betterment. So it increases the cost per SEU to a little more than $25,000 and increases the cost per SEU per year to $840 a year.
$21.
And the original option that I presented back in June had the cost per SEU per year over 30 years was more than $900. So, we've looked at different options over time that had more cost in the betterment category. And that was it.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for all the presentations. If there's one common theme throughout this whole project, it has been how very communicative and very helpful you have been throughout this entire project. So we commend you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Richardson?
Yeah, before I begin, I just want to echo what Chair Mascali has said. You faced the pressure of politicians who sign up for it as a town employee, just of people who want XYZ thing, and I think your transparency and how eloquently you've laid this out is very admirable. So I thank you for your work. I just want to repeat what I echoed at the last meeting, where I think option 1, where we cover as a town, the police detail makes sense, because I think that that's a public good and shouldn't be placed. I know with the money was not that much of a difference, but I think that's something that we should cover. That's the only thing that I'll add.
I agree. Ms. Goldstone? Then Mr. Brown.
I'm very comfortable, well, as comfortable as I can be with price tags of this size. I am very comfortable with option one. I struggle to think of an objection or input or idea that would come from the property owners meeting that would significantly change my thoughts on that. At the same time, I just have this reservation about going into that meeting with a set in stone, this is what the plan is, as opposed to this is our proposed plan with that room for input. But I'm
Can I ask
willing to be swayed.
Mr. Chair, if I, on this, if it's all right, Doug, can, in a hypothetical situation, could you have that meeting and then set I don't know what the precedent is for this, but a one-item agenda meeting for next Monday to just vote this after that meeting? Is there precedent for that? Is that something we could do to get, speed up the process? Well, is that something we're willing to do? I just don't want to,
Mr. Brown?
in the dark.
When we first started talking about this, including 2 lift stations and the piping all the way to the treatment facility, we have almost $46,000. And we were like, we can't do that to these residents. And I appreciate Amy has found ways to pare this down to make it much more reasonable. And, I mean, I'm not hesitant to vote this option one, because I think she's done as much as possible.
Yeah, no,
to make this equitable for the people in the neighborhood.
I love it. I think it's great. I would vote yes. I don't want to relay something that wasn't.
I think your point, I can't conceive of anything coming about that we would not have heard already from people in the neighborhood to consider before tonight that would come out of this meeting on Thursday that we haven't, thought about. So I'm prepared to move forward tonight as well. If someone wants to make that motion. Well, sure, I'm sorry. Would someone in the audience like to speak? Please, go ahead. I apologize.
It's all right. My name is Cynthia Hines. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 3, and I live on 54 East Harbor Drive, and I've been communicating to the members of our neighborhood homeowners association. And the only thing that concerned me was that I did send out emails after each of these meetings, and so after the one that was held, I think on the 14th, I sent out an email to everyone and told them that we were going to have the meeting on the 31st, giving them the impression that there was going to be a time for input at that meeting. Then on Friday, I received an email from the precinct captain that made me aware that there would be this vote tonight. So I did send that out to the members of our little homeowner association, which is only about 24 people. I mistakenly told them that it was going to be, the meeting tonight was going to be at the Gus Canty Center, because that's where the others have been, so that was my miscommunication. So tonight at 8 o'clock, when I figured it out, I sent them a very belated email telling them that it was here. So all of that is to say that I know that most people thought that the meeting on the 31st was going to be for input. And just my little bit, I don't know how that affects all the other people in the area. My other 2 comments are, one is that on the previous meeting, and I did communicate this to my neighbors also, my understanding was that the lift station at Brick Kiln Road was not only going to be for this project, but would also be for future projects. And because of that, there was going to be a 60-40 split on that portion of the project instead of a 70-30 split. And it doesn't sound like that's what I'm hearing now.
There's no split. The town covers all of that.
And we removed those aspects of the project.
The town's paying for the whole thing.
The confusion on the 60-40 is because of the optional idea of 60% of the cost of the police detail
Okay.
being attributed to the owners in the area, but that's just an element.
And also the engineering,
Okay, yes.
the construction engineering cost is split
Okay.
60/40, and then 70% of that. So it's
So with all of that
complicated
said,
math.
I mean, as a homeowner in the area, knowing my neighbors, my strong impression is that they would be in favor of this, that as much as possible has been done, that Ms. Lowell has been very communicative, and that you have also, as a board, been very, expressed a lot of concern about reducing the cost as much as possible, and we're all cognizant of that. So my impression is that most of the neighbors are going to feel like this is as good as it's going to get.
And honestly, no matter what the neighbors say, I don't see how we could make this any less expensive. I don't know what else we could take out.
I'm prepared to make a motion after those comments. Thank you. Unless anyone else has something to add. I make a motion, sorry, let me get it in front of me.
Let's get this one right.
Thank you, Colin. I make a motion to adopt option 1. That's the one without the police detail, correct?
Yeah.
Option 1, motion to adopt the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer betterment policy as recommended by the wastewater superintendent.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Thank you, Amy. Great job. Thank you. Okay, so our next item is to review and discuss the 2025 mid-season beach division operations. And we have the beach committee here with a posted meeting this evening, and as far as I know, this is a first, or in my limited time here, not aware that we've had such an interactive type of a meeting with an actual committee. So
We have to say the Pledge of Allegiance again?
I don't think we have to worry about that, but we do have the chair and the vice chair and a number of members here.
Thank you.
And I'd like to think that this is a format that we'd like to use with other committees of the town going forward, so.
I would love to include the
Please.
superintendent up with us also. We have the committee just sit in the front row. What would you like?
Front row sounds great.
Front row? Okay.
Wherever you're comfortable.
Mr. Chair, we're going to need fancy shirts like they have.
My select board.
Select board swag.
Yeah. Use taxpayer. Just kidding. Yeah. I know. What I do. Yeah, that's right.
Would you care to introduce your committee, Chair?
Well, that might pick us up. Is that okay?
Sure.
If you go up to it.
Get up one at a time. So we- No,
Oh, yeah, no, I think you'll have to go
I
up.
was hoping.
If you could MC it.
Thank you for having us. I posted this meeting for 7 o'clock per Peter Johnson-Staub's instructions, so I'm hoping that still holds.
As long as it's after 7, you're
I
fine.
will not ever agree to go after financials and sewers and everything else. So we're here tonight to share with you and to hear from you input that you've gotten, how things are going the first half of this summer. And we have sort of just a few things for short-term and long-term goals that we've come up with to share, but we would like to also give you some input that we've collected as a committee on how what people are concerned about and what people would like to see us improve upon. I'll start with just saying that we see ourselves as a partnership to the Board of Selectmen, Select Board, excuse me, to the Select Board, and we definitely see ourselves in a position to receive a lot of communication from the public, which we share frequently with the department supervisor and with our representative from the Select Board at this time. So I'm going to start with just where we are, and that is...
Barbara, why don't you just make sure you introduce yourself.
I'm going to do that, certainly. Barbara Schneider, Chair. Joe Strazula is our Assistant Chair, or Vice Chair. We're missing one person's home with 102 fever. Thank you for not coming. And so Heather Burke is at home. I have Lynn Shadd here, Mark Twitchell here, and Trish Herlihy here. And then Maggie and Brooke, our superintendent and assistant superintendent, are here. And I'll let them add in as we go along. I think, Maggie, do you want to say a few words about where we are in how well sticker sales have gone and how many are taking swim lessons? That might be a good start for the positive things that are going on, and start with that.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie Clayton, beach superintendent for the town. Today was our 33rd day of the season. Some of the statistics I've pulled are 2 days old, and I apologize for that. This is the last week of our lifeguard training course. 10 students will be certified as of Wednesday afternoon, and of those 10, 6 are being offered jobs for the rest of the season because they are already 16 years old. So they will join our lifeguard team for the month of August. We have 202 swimmers ages 4 to 14 enrolled in swim lessons at 9 of our 10 locations. 4 and 5-year-olds at Gru's Pond at Goodwill Park for preschool lessons, and then 6 to 14-year-olds at all of the other beaches. The board, I think the last time I was before the board was the fee hearing last fall, and there was a fee change with a 3-tier system of taxpayers placing online orders for their beach parking permit stickers prior to April 15th, after April 15th, or by mail or in person. And the result of that change has shown an 8% increase in online sales compared to 2024. We're running at 2/3 of taxpayer stickers being purchased online, and 1/3 in person or by mail. As of yesterday morning, we had sold 11,935 taxpayer beach parking permits, which is 300 ahead of pace from 2024 and 1,000 ahead of 2023 for the same time frame, January 1st to July 27th. There were 141 people in our department's payroll this cycle. We staff, again, 10 sites, 7 days a week, and our operation really runs 16 hours a day, from the 7:30 a.m. parking attendants at Goodwill Park and on the weekends at Old Silver, to our sunset shift parking attendants at Chappaquoit and Old Silver residents working until 7:30 p.m., and then our staff that locks the beach lots after 9 p.m. So we're going all the time. We accommodate part-time and full-time staff. So the breakdown is about 5 counter clerks, around 50 parking attendants, around 70 lifeguards, and our senior staff who helps run each branch of the division and support our efforts. We've had a lot of rainy Wednesdays. Fun fact, it's the only day of the week that not a single parking lot has filled. MBL's Stony Beach is very popular. It's the only beach that has filled MBL is the only one that has filled on Wednesdays. It's the only one that's filled 7 days a week. And we're stewards of that space. It belongs to MBL, but they allow acceptance of the Town of Falmouth beach sticker as well as the MBL sticker, and with that we provide a parking attendant and lifeguards and swim lessons there. I can continue talking, or I can answer questions, or I can pass it back to Barb.
Keep going.
You got options.
It's up to you.
I'll ask a question. Sure. First of all, super impressive numbers in terms of the stickers, and I wholeheartedly endorse the shift toward the online sales. That said, I know there were some bumps early this season still with just the availability, right? Folks don't necessarily, especially those visiting our town, but I'll say plenty of people that I encounter who've lived here for a long time do not realize that beach season doesn't start until the very end of June. And showing up midweek to try to get a beach sticker and encountering challenges doing that in the month of June. And I'm just curious if there are creative ideas, because I know the staffing is a challenge. Our high school students are still in school. Like, how do we start to shift that? Because, you know, and I'm sure you guys got 10 times this, but I got calls, you know, town hall staff member crying at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday because of the way they were treated by an angry member of the public who showed up for a week in Falmouth with their kids and couldn't get a beach sticker. And that's an issue for our town, right? Our vision is to be a premier destination on the Cape, and if folks showing up in early June where school for them has been out since mid-May are encountering issues getting a beach sticker, then we've got some issues that we need to figure out how to work through, and I think it's going to take a lot of really creative collaboration. So I'm just curious what your perspective on some of those early season hurdles are, and how we start to leap over them.
So we were open every weekend day from Memorial Day weekend on, 7 hours a day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then our 7 days a week business hours started on Thursday, June 26th. We staffed as many beaches as we could, starting the first weekend of June, with staff who had cleared onboarding and were interested in preseason hours, though we have many who are either still in school or that's when they take their vacation, because when they come to work for us, we tell them, please don't go on vacation for a week and leave us hanging. Brooke and I have been in conversation with the town manager's office. The goal was to hire a beach coordinator this year who would have been available on weekdays as a hourly non-benefited position. I'm also a school teacher, and I got out of school on June 23rd, but all of my supervisor staff are teachers in different areas in Massachusetts, or I have one in Virginia. So we were all working 6-7 days a week to be available as much as we could. But the reconciling of funds at end of day, we didn't have supervisors available during the week to support those sales. Though I did have staff working to process like online orders behind closed doors. They just couldn't do both in person and online without a supervisor present. So we are working on filling that position to be able to open more hours during the week. But we also tried to communicate when stickers would be needed versus when you couldn't get a sticker, but you could still go to the beach uninhibited, that balance.
My question is, what are other towns encountering with respect to coverage and things like that? Are they in the same boat as we are, other towns?
Other towns on Cape Cod?
On Cape Cod.
Okay, sure. So the Spring Beach Managers Meeting, we have a roundtable discussion and everyone talks about where they're at, and Falmouth is actually the only fully staffed beach department on Cape Cod. The Cape Cod National Seashore only staffing 5 of 6 of their locations this year. Barnstable is not staffing all of their sites due to staff vacancies. A few of those towns do not do in-house sticker sales. They pay a vendor to do the stickers. They don't have town employees doing them, so it's not really a comparable process. I don't know if that answers your question.
So I was thinking more about lifeguards and when they could start and when they could staff the beaches as far as whether they run into those problems.
I'm going to interject because I'm one of the beach committee members who was here when the Board of Selectmen, and Doug was probably the only member on the board at that time, voted to increase salaries for the beach department, significant enough that we are staffing at full levels now, because we're very competitive as far as the salaries are concerned. And we also, with the town management's help, have a 3% increase that was agreed for 3 years during that period of the 3 years, and I think we're at the end of that right now. But that helped dramatically give Maggie the staff she needed, because we then hired full staffs the next year and the next year after that. So that is where we're at. We're actually a leader in the Cape area for paying our staff significantly, enough so that we get full staff. Let's put it that way. We're not the New York, but we're no Yankees on our side.
Yeah.
Let me just say one thing to that, though, because what's really important is that you heard Maggie say, it isn't necessarily that we didn't have lifeguards and parking attendants, it's that we didn't have a coordinator that was able to be here in what we would call the shoulder season, something that this committee has been stressing over and over and over, to grow the shoulder season, that we have people here June 1st that are here because school got out in other places, and they expect that we're running an actual operation, and we aren't. We started the week of 4th of July this year, if you can imagine that. And we know that we're getting a lot of warm days in June. So we keep stressing, we need to get that beach coordinator so we can have someone here that these things can go on and be functional more than starting the last week of June. That's our goal as a committee, telling you we really hope that will happen, and we'll hope that some way we're going to find a beach coordinator who's willing to step up and work those extra months. That's important. And so there it is. That was one of the main things on my list to share with you that this committee's been talking about regularly. The other thing, of course, is that we're concerned about housing for the offices, that having an office space that is public friendly, which we currently don't have in the off season, would be a very big benefit. We keep hoping that somewhere along the line we're working toward where that's going to be and moving offices. We keep hoping that there'll be more work with the Coastal Resiliency Specialist on how we can expand and extend the life of our shorelines, and that's something that's been a real plus, having Josh coming to some of our meetings and being part of helping us with the beach management plan that we're currently working on getting in the hands of a company to redo and get submitted to conservation. Those are important things that have to happen in a timeline here. We've been hoping to work with a long-term plan for what we're going to do about collecting shark data. We've got some offers on the table, and we've been talking with the environmental personnel about what would work best with a data logger versus what kinds of things to note what's happening. We did have another sighting today, this time at Bristol. So this is becoming a little more common and something that we have to address. And I have to give kudos to the staff on how they've handled this, including today, which was almost an after-hour situation where they ended up staying that hour late to make sure people stayed out of the water and were safe. So we're just all learning how to handle all this, and Maggie and Brooke have been doing an incredible job making sure that that's handled properly and calmly, and the staff's done a really good job on that. I want to just add short term, we will have Joe talk a minute about the budget. I want to say that we continue to work with animal control about the dog problem on our beaches. It doesn't go away. And I had a call the other day that there were 6 dogs swimming off of the Heights Beach at 5:30 at night. You know, these people refuse to accept that we don't want dogs on the beaches during this time of year, and they refuse to accept that they have to have leashes in the off-season. And I don't know what we're going to do about it other than continuing to really work on giving tickets to change people's behaviors. We have too many people that really are afraid of the dogs on the beaches, and they have been pounced on and attacked and knocked over and so on. And we've got to find a solution. So we're trying to find that. Food trucks have been going really well. We've had a report on that. We want to expand that. We've asked if we could get that going early for next year so that people have time, and that will be something we'll be pushing in the fall to get that out and get some bids in early this time. And people really like it. People are going there for extra meals, and we've had a lot of compliments on the choices so far. And then the last thing is IT, I want to say. IT is really important to us. When we're working on the weekends selling stickers and we have an IT dilemma and there's no one on call, it's a real problem. To not be able to take credit cards in 2025 is a problem. To have a printer that can't print a sticker out when people come to buy them on a Saturday or Sunday is a problem. I would ask the board to consider a way to have an IT person on call on the weekend. You've got a $1.23 million business going on when the bulk of the money is transferring hands on the weekend. Just to have someone assigned to being on call and give them another day of the week off makes sense. So I'm going to say that strongly and hope you'll hear that. And Joe wants to say a few words about that, what we're going to ask you for a proposal about changing the budget.
Unfortunately, I'm the one that's going to deliver the money news. There's a motion that we made at our last committee meeting to present to the board, which recognizes our request or suggestion or advice to the select board that the budget of the beach department be increased. And also accompanying that is an explanation. And this motion came about with direct discussions with the Department of Public Works, which does 99.9% of the work that is done on the beaches as far as repairs and work and all of that type of thing. It also is accompanied by a comparison of the revenue compared to the beach department's budget, so that you get a feel for the fact that the beaches are a revenue generator to the community. And it is also an investment in the community. And so we're recommending this motion be considered by the board. And we're also showing you a comparison that shows that the department has a history of increasing revenue each year, and we've tried to stay ahead where our recommendations from collecting the revenue to cover our costs. But that revenue increase, that differential, is not being reinvested into the beaches themselves. The beaches themselves have not changed physically, or areas of sand and area have not changed in years. It's actually disappearing in a lot of cases. And we're going to recommend and would like the board to consider putting back that money that is coming from the beaches from other sources outside of the community and in the community back onto the beaches. The shoulder season is one that can generate revenue. It can generate it from June, early June, to late September. We're not taking advantage of that as a community. We can cover the costs by increasing the shoulder seasons. We're written up in Cape Cod Magazine like there's no tomorrow, and that promotes Falmouth. It's good for business, it's good for the community, it's good for keeping our property values up and so forth, but it also requires us to invest in the reason they're coming here. They're not coming here just to shop. They're coming here to go to the beach, they're going to the boating areas, they're going on the water. We're a total community of total services. There's all recreation all the time, and that's why they come here. But we're not investing in our infrastructure. We own, as a community, the most expensive real estate in the state on the waterfront. We have 11 beaches. We've got millions of dollars worth of real estate, but we're not spending any money on it annually. $25,000, $30,000 in maintenance is not enough. As far as the timeline of this plan, we think it should start as soon as possible. There's less space on our beaches because of erosion. We're constantly fighting over the maintenance of small things. We want you to consider investing in our future. We've created a list of things that need to be done, which we circulate with DPW and amongst ourselves every month, of things that need to be done, and we'll provide that. But DPW is more than willing to work if you give them the employees off-season and the money to do the work, because they just don't have enough time in the 30 days before the season opens to do it. So that's our plea. I'm making it as fast as I can considering the hour, but we're enthusiastic about the support we've gotten from the board in the past and hoping we can get more in the future. Thank you. And any questions you want to ask specifically? I gave them all.
We've got a copy.
And I've got extra copies too, so. Okay.
A question for town staff. Have you identified any ways that we might improve our chances of getting a beach coordinator for next year?
So we're looking at the job description. We had an unsuccessful recruitment, no applications.
No qualified applicants.
So we're taking a look at that, working with HR. We are committed to trying to fill that position. We're also, Peter and I, working with Maggie, have talked about the importance of starting having a body here in town, wherever, a body processing those beach permit applications after Memorial Day. So trying to pick up that slack a bit, whether it's that beach coordinator or some other, we're going to make that happen. It's not a funding issue. It's literally just, we swung and missed with the last recruitment, so we'll tweak that a bit. So that's the answer to that question. I've got more, but I'll kind of, I know you've got a lot of questions too, but I was listening, and all of the comments that Barb and Joe have made have been spot on. We need to do a better job. You know, you all know, Peter and I are big advocates in terms of maintenance and repair, right? What little bit we can spend this year, right, just helps us going forward. We would not have to spend potentially a lot of money going forward. There's been a lack generally of maintenance, I think, in the town. So Peter just checked for me. It's $10,000 repair line item budget for beach. That's not enough. They've spent roads have spent $91,000 of the $116,000 in personnel costs. So they're up against that. So I do believe increasing both those line items is something that we have to look at. The IT question, I think Barb brought that up. It is important, and Peter and I just recently had a meeting. This was on the public safety front, but beach is equally important. Having that off normal working hours, weekends included, support from IT. So Don Lewis, the IT director, is currently working that up, and we hope to have a solution in place real soon. So we'll have not only beach, but public safety, fire rescue, and PD. We'll also have that after-hour support, because it's important. So we hear it. There's a lot of moving pieces. I wish that we could be more successful, and I think there is some room for improvement in terms of hiring additional staff in the earlier months leading up to that last weekend, kind of, you know, the last weekend after school gets out of session. I think there's more that we can do. Unfortunately, sometimes it just comes to availability. There's probably some that are available, and we have to just be creative as far as how we latch onto those folks that are interested earlier. It's not really a funding issue. We just have to be creative as far as how we attract them and get them in.
And I think people also need to understand that, you know, we don't have a magic wand. When you want to order the beach sticker online, it still has to be put into an envelope and mail. Maybe someday will be automated where they can print it at home, but I don't know if that's even possible. But right now, it's still the human element involved, so.
I'm pretty sure we don't want them printing them at home. I can tell you that doesn't sound like a good idea.
Sounds like a bargain.
No, but related to that, I mean, there's a fair bit of documentation that's required when you apply online. Is there any way
software out there, AI, that will read the forms for us and reduce the amount of human labor needed to get to an approved
We talked about
sticker,
that.
especially given the limitations in that shoulder season?
When we get into our Memorial Day lines, Joe and I take time to be there and ask people why they're in line, because we want to know what it is that makes them come to be in line as opposed to doing it on, as a computer at home. And it's a real equal split. There's still the 50% that just cannot give up the tradition of it. And we all agree that if that's the case, then if they're willing to spend the hour or whatever it takes, that's up to them. But the other group really have complex applications that involve a lease vehicle that they don't know how to do the lease, or a trust that their home is in, and that becomes a little more complicated. And so we were talking this week about how we could simplify that. And if there would be a way to make that a little easier. That definitely is what brings people in to do this in person. We also talked about, again, the idea of maybe asking the senior center if next year we could go and simply be there and have the right people in place, computers in place, to help people come in one day and do it online, but do it where they have a little bit of help. Because I think there still are people who get all nuts crazy about, putting their credit card online or anything like that. They're not really sure how to do it. So it's just an idea. We're looking at what we can do to improve that, and we certainly have asked the question why people insist on being in line. We'd want to cut that down.
Mr. Reed, first, I like to start with commendations. I'm a butter to Goodwill Park, and I think you do a wonderful job there. I think the town offices, management, parks and recreations do an amazing job, and it's a wonderful place. And it's definitely a wonderful place to celebrate diversity because it's free. And I think that is a remarkable spot. That is a hidden gem, and I think it's amazing. I'm looking, because we went through all the finances earlier, looking at your budget of $1,018,000. So the question to me is, you're asking us for reinvestment of revenue. Right now, capital expenses cap out at 25 grand, other expenses 89, article expenses at 78. That was in 2024, year ended June 30, 2024. Assuming we've bumped those up a little bit, tiny bits, where do you want the additional money put into?
I'm going to say our preliminary look at this is, especially with the new the new coastal resiliency coordinator.
Yeah.
We need to put sand on the beach. We need to replenish what has been diminishing consistently. For the last 3 years, we have drone studies that show the outlines of all of our sand dunes and all of our beach lines. They're retreating. They're retreating inland. We need to replenish. We need to reconstruct dunes. We need to put fences up. 90% of our beaches have no fences anymore because there's no budget for fences to be put back up.
The other thing that is really important when you look at what other beaches, what other towns are providing, our surf drive bathhouse and our old silver bathhouses are sorry offerings. They don't even stack up, and so we would be much better served by getting some mobile, nice units in that people wouldn't mind going into. These are so outdated and not worth trying to repair, and that's something that has to be addressed. Now, it's long overdue. So I hope that we'll think about those things. We also want to see that there's enough money to make the shoulder season go
to have the right supervisors in place there for the shoulder season. And so we can have people feel that they're safe and they've got guards and that there's parking being controlled. So often when we're not controlling the parking now, you go by the Heights and Bristol and cars are just abandoned. It's really, people complain all the time to all of us on the committee that they really don't like that. They want to see that lot controlled more. They want to feel they still have a chance to use that lot. So there it is.
It's money that is, we need to plant the seeds now. If we don't plant the seeds for investing in these are going to continue to deteriorate. And this is what I do for a living in property management, and it is so embarrassing to recommend somebody go to one of our bathhouses because the showers don't work, that, you know, whatever it is that's not happening because we don't spend any money on it. But we should move into the next age, and fixed buildings on a seacoast is not the way to go. It's to go with mobile units for food service and get the fats and greases and oils off the beaches, and also to have structures that can withstand elements and, you know, have anything. I mean, you go to the beaches now and look at the shower towers. They're already starting to fall over because they were installed a good 12 to 15 years ago, and they're sitting on the coast, and they're rotting out from the base up. We need to invest in our asset. This is the asset that's going to continue to make Falmouth that greatest little town on the Cape.
Anyone else have a question?
Mr. Richardson.
Thank you. And just to echo Mr. Reed's point, I went to the fascist state of New Jersey and had to pay $20 for a beach badge, and I didn't even know that was a thing. So I'm so glad that people don't have to pay to access our beaches. But my question was going to be on you know, we have this whole presentation and we surf drive. Our whole plan with that, which is a whole other can of worms of retreating and what we have to do there. But you mentioned, and I like that, the transition to more mobile, you know, food trucks. I think that's a fantastic step. In terms of the bathhouse, is there a mobile model that exists or that's in development, so we're not investing into a building that's going to be underwater? And
when we are working on that, we keep showing examples. We just actually shared with facilities a new one that we have that actually does, one of their requests was, would it lease instead of be owned? And would they be in charge of coming and taking it away at the end of the season? And we've handed those over. We hope that that discussion will be continued. It would be up to the select board to really say you want that continued. We absolutely are firm believers in let's get everything permanent off the beaches and able to be pulled away when needed. Because it's just like what we said about the shark. It wasn't a if, it's a when. So we need to be ready for that, and now's the time. Don't put any more money into those buildings. Let's get mobile.
And the only other thing that I would add is I just want to commend you for those comments, because when we have more of these meetings, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Vice Chair for having the committee come, that's exactly what we're looking for with how does your committee and how do we align with our strategic plan. It's thinking like that. So I commend all of you for your work on that.
Thank you.
One more thing?
Sure.
Or maybe two. You know, and to me, the revenue is not just this, it's also the value of the town. I told this story before, but when I was at a Patriots game a few years ago, I was talking to a guy out in the parking lot before the game, and he says, "Where are you from?" I said, "Oh, I'm from Falmouth." He goes, "Oh, that's nice, down the Cape." He says, "Yeah, we're going to be buying a house down in the Cape." I said, "You're thinking of Falmouth?" He says, "No, no way." I said, "Beaches are all rocks." He says, "I'm going to Dennis because they got nice beaches." And I said, you know, that's kind of didn't like hearing it, but there's some truth to it. And he said, "Oh yeah, in Dennis they groom those beaches. They add sand every year. It's nice and fresh, and I know what I'm going to get when I go to Dennis." I was just like, okay, well, but that adds to our value townwide when we have a nice beach.
Yep.
And the last thing I want to ask is there any progress on the old pump house building, the old Palmer Ave? That's a potential home for these guys. We were thinking about that, but.
So if the board recalls, we took a swing at that as well, maybe too aggressive swing on both 10 pumping station and 65 in a recent article that didn't make it, I believe, at the Finance Committee level.
It was a line item in an article in the Finance Committee, did not recommend it, so it did not go to town meeting.
So we're going to revisit that and perhaps back it down a bit and look at, I think it was 10 Pumping Station Road that we toured a year ago. At any rate, we're going to revisit it again. In my thought is it's a shame to allow a structure with that historical significance to sit and rot. Both really, but 10 Pumping Station particularly. So.
There's been some investments in that building, too. The windows aren't that old, and it was habitable not too long ago.
So I think there's a possibility we just have to go back and be a little bit more creative and perhaps a little bit less aggressive with trying to accomplish both buildings, and the scope of the work that we proposed, I think, was perhaps a little bit too.
Thanks for reminding me.
Sometimes maybe something that the Finance Committee doesn't have the vision for could come to town meeting and let some of us show the vision a little better. Just an idea. I really, that should have been able to come and get discussed on town meeting floor, so hope it will.
Well, we tried to be respectful of the Finance Committee. They do a lot of hard work.
I get that. I believe me.
Keep us in good shape.
But it doesn't mean that we all don't make a mistake here and there.
Well, maybe we
This
could
might have been a
We
mistake.
might just need to make a better pitch next time.
Yeah.
We need a chance.
Ms. Goldstone?
One very last, very quick question. First of all, I want to just say I've heard a lot of successes and a lot of problem solving in the first half of this beach season, so that's terrific, and thank you. And last year, what I was hearing a lot about from the beach committee was the treatment of our staff, and I'm thrilled tentatively that I haven't heard that come up yet tonight. Has that been better this year?
So it's definitely has its days, and one of the things I would say is I would ask town council to please take seriously our request that we gave you some time ago to start to have something in place for this town to be able to react when a town employee is mistreated, when a line is crossed. We don't have that in place. It does continue to be an issue. If Joe or I stop and talk to one of our PAs, one of our parking attendants, inevitably we will hear about somebody who said something that day that really upset the employee and was really crossing a line with how they talked to them. It just doesn't end. And I don't think it's going to go away. It's what I'm seeing everywhere and how people are treating anyone. So I hope that that would be something that you'd pursue, is to get something that has all the legal parts of it, so that if an employee is mistreated, abused verbally or physically, that we as a town have something in place to protect that employee. And we can say that that person can't have a beach sticker or can't come to the beach for the rest of the year with a sticker. Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else? Ms. Shad?
This is for the recording.
Lynn Chad. There was a lot of, well, there was some money anyway that the town put forth for the Surf Drive beach analysis that we had done by the Woods Hole Group. And we got some information from there that probably surprised a lot of us. And I'm just wondering if it's on the select board's or in the select board's strategic plan to go forward with that information in terms of the solution for it is long-term, but the conversation really has to start now. And not just conversation, but some actionable steps. So I just wanted to ask if it was part of the strategic plan.
That would be a discussion.
I would certainly be something we'd discuss at our meeting in September when we have that strategic planning, and it's open, and you're free to come and remind us that we need to think about it.
Well, and I believe we're still waiting for a final report.
Thank you.
Is that?
So we do have a final report, and we will be reviewing it with the land use staff at a meeting in a couple of weeks, and then I believe we're going to be talking to you and the chair about putting that study on a select board agenda for discussion.
Okay.
I found it very hopeful that when I asked the lady from Coastal Zone Management, I believe she was from, or was it DEP, I'm not sure, the lady that was in attendance, if we could potentially get a recurring permit for nourishment. I mean, it was limiting, the options were very limited, but I found that the nourishment and the fact that it could be recurring, was very encouraging.
We'll rain on your parade later. Eelgrass and plovers, Mr. Brown.
Pardon me?
Eelgrass and plovers.
No, but there was a limited amount of nourishment that could be done and keep the road and...
You're correct. There is an ability for a recurring permit. That is true. It's the scope of the nourishment that's discouraging.
Yeah, right. But, I mean, it can still help the beach.
All right, well, thank you very much for everyone's attendance and participation throughout the year. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item G, discuss and consider a vote to approve the application by GMK Auto Sales, Inc. for a used car dealer license Class 2 to be located at 118 East Falmouth Highway. Mr. Renshaw?
Real briefly, Mr. Chair, I know the attorney representing the applicant is here this evening. The application was received to the Select Board office back on July 8th. Mr. Liebhertz, am I pronouncing that correctly? Liebhertz has confirmed to the Select Board office staff that the applicant is seeking a permit for 118 East Falmouth Highway for 16 vehicles. Specifically, the use of the 112 East Falmouth Highway is not part of the proposed premises. And at that, the staff has reviewed the application with the exception of the building department, zoning enforcement, providing a letter, a memo that's included in your packet. All the other staff departments had no objections to the approval. And with that, I'll turn it over to the attorney.
Sounds like I'm off to a good start. Attorney Christopher Lebherz, 99 Town Hall Square. With me this evening is your applicant. The applicant is actually a corporate applicant, GMK Auto Sales, Inc. However, GMK Auto Sales, Inc. has real people behind it. And this is the gentleman that I was sitting next to, and his wife and his son is behind him. His name is Genesee Francisco de Vasconcelos, and he is in the auto sales business. He purchased 118 East Falmouth Highway in June, purchased it from Michael Hickey, who owned the property for a long, long period of time. The property has some zoning history with the Board of Appeals. This particular parcel, 118 East Falmouth Highway, was first permitted for 16 cars, used car sales back in 1990. In 1995, Michael Hickey, I think I was representing him at the time, applied for some servicing, because when you sell used cars, you have to have some degree of service. It's the law. It doesn't have to be on site, but quite often it is, and it's certainly more convenient to be on site. But you have to be able to service the cars to some degree. In 1999, and I don't want to overly emphasize this, but I think it probably explains a little of the confusion that I think Mr. Renshaw spoke to earlier. In 1999, Mr. Hickey purchased the adjacent parcel, 112 East Falmouth Highway, and he expanded his operation. 112 East Falmouth Highway, he had permission to sell 36 used cars. He still had the permit for 118 East Falmouth Highway, which was 16 cars. In 2000, Mr. Hickey received permission to expand the building slightly at 118 East Falmouth Highway, put a lift in, and so on and so forth. So I noted the existing license, which is now no longer valid, did reference a couple of the zoning board decisions, 10295 and 6099. And Mr. Street's letter did reference Appeal 37-90 that I did not include, only because it wasn't on the existing license to begin with, so I didn't want to confuse the matter any more than necessary.
So what do you really have here? You have a parcel that has been a used car lot since 1990. So that is, I can do the math, 35 years now. Mr. DeVasconcelos recently purchased the property. He's on site. He's able to repair vehicles. He is looking to be able to sell vehicles entirely consistent with the permits that have already existed in the past. So I don't really see that we have a site change. I don't think we really have a use change. I think what we have is an owner change. I'm aware that Mr. Hickey most recently, I don't believe, renewed his license. I think I heard or read something to that effect 6 or 8 months ago. But that's probably because the parties were in the process of negotiating a transfer of ownership. So GMK Auto Sales, Inc. is a Massachusetts corporation that Mr. DeVasconcelos and his family are the principals behind. So, to summarize, I would say this. Mr. DeVasconcelos came to this country from Brazil in 2004. He came here seeking the American dream. He lives here with his fine family. They live on Central Avenue. He's put 2 children through the Falmouth school systems, one of which I understand, I believe, is still at Falmouth High School. And I met a young daughter here earlier tonight. I guess she's left by this point, but she just graduated this past year. They're a very proud family. They're an asset to this community, and I certainly hope the board will look favorable upon the application. We just want to continue what's going on there and hopefully maybe even do it a little bit better.
I have no questions. I'm ready to make a motion. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
Can I say something? Yeah. Is it okay? Sure. I'm sorry, you done, Attorney?
I'm done. Sure.
Don't break them.
Hi, my name's Dave Metzdorf. I live at 17 Whittier Road. I've been here going on 31 years with my wife, my 3 kids. I just want to, I'm here as just a character reference. I met Genesee 2 years ago, and I went home the day I met him, and he fixed my car, and I said to my wife, he is the nicest man in the world. He's kind, he's caring, he's fair. I can't say enough about him, okay? And his family's lovely. I mean, he's just got a nice family, and I think he's a huge asset to the community. I really do. So much so that, no joke, I'll tow my car 100 miles, and I've done it 4 times to him. That's how strongly I feel about him. But I'm just here as a character reference. I just think we're lucky to have him in our town. I really do. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
I know, yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Long meeting for character.
On that note, unless anyone else on the board has to say anything, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the application by GMK Auto Sales for a used car dealer license Class 2 to be located at 118 East Falmouth Highway.
As presented.
As presented. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. The next item is to discuss and consider a vote to designate a member of the Select Board to seek input on the request to name the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last June, Miss Amanda Braga Tipton, sister of the late Sergeant Joshua Tipton of the U.S. Army, veteran, submitted written application to the Select Board requesting the Select Board consider naming the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Tipton. As I mentioned earlier, Sergeant Tipton served proudly in the Army for 6 years, including serving the Combat Arms Readiness Brigade, where he served as a tanker. Tragically, Sergeant Tipton died by suicide. At the July 15, 2024 meeting, the board voted to initiate the naming process. A copy of the facility naming policy is included in your packets this evening. So that process was initiated about a year ago. In accordance with this policy, after the waiting period of a year has elapsed, a member of the Select Board shall be designated to then seek input and advice of whichever department's board, committee, or commission oversees the public facility or place to be named or renamed. After the designated select board member reports back to the full board, pending their findings, the board will then advertise and conduct a public hearing to seek input from the community. So, Mr. Chair and Select Board, it's my recommendation that the board consider appointing that select board member to solicit that input.
Well, I have spoken with Member Colin Reed, who has graciously agreed to serve in that capacity. So I would make a motion to designate Colin Reed to seek input on the request to name the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton.
The only thing is, would you like to say anything, Amanda, before we do that?
No, I just thank you for continuing the process and even considering it. I appreciate it.
Then I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Okay, we're moving right along to
Right along, quickly.
Frank?
discuss and consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to lease Falmouth Country Club, 630 Carriage Shop Road, to a private operator. Who's going to take the lead here?
Mr. Chair and Select Board, if I may, I'm going to flip this right over to Peter. He's done the brunt of the bulk of the work, obviously. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Town Manager. So I did not put together a new slide presentation. I think you've seen it a couple of times at this point. I know you're disappointed. I thought I would just zip through a very quick overview for the public's sake and perhaps a refresher for the board as well. So let me start by saying you have a proposed request for proposals in your packet, along with the lease, a draft lease that would go along with it. And that is, that RFP is, as we have discussed, an initial term of 10 years with an option to renew by mutual agreement of the town and the private operator. The minimum requirements are written to ensure that only firms experienced in managing all aspects of a golf course operation are eligible. The comparative criteria used to select the operator from among those that meet minimum requirements address the quality of prior experience, staff experience, marketing plans, resident discount plans, and financial capacity. The price proposal minimum requirements, which is the element that we've focused most of our conversations on, have been tailored to set minimum requirements that ensure a fair return for the town, but we're cautious that we set the bar low enough that we ensure that there will be interest, there's enough profit incentive for those qualified operators to in fact submit a proposal. So we have a base rent of $425,000 with no escalator, a revenue share threshold with a maximum of $2 million with an escalator up to 3% annually, and the respondents can choose a lower revenue share threshold, and they can choose not to apply the full 3% escalator. The revenue share percentage, so the percentage applied over the $2 million for greens fees and memberships and rentals. The minimum there is 25%, and the respondents could bid higher. The revenue share, there is no minimum revenue share for food, beverage, and shop. And again, the notion there was, partly to make sure we get some applicants, but also to give greater incentive to the private operator that they invest in their food service and capture all of the profit that results. The private operator under this revised proposal, or this round of the proposal, will not be required to pay for capital improvements. The town will prepare a capital plan with input from the operator. The operator may choose to contribute to certain capital improvements for which it will derive some benefit. The attached request for proposals includes a draft lease, which has been reviewed by legal counsel. Most of the language is the same as was used in 2024. with updates to the financial provisions. I do want to mention that Mr. Mascali found an inconsistency between the lease and the RFP, which I have since corrected, just to make sure that those two are in alignment. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Richardson.
Sorry, I'm going to ask it again. Is there any way that we can find a balance to get in the something that locks in the residential rate over a certain number of years? Just because we received a good amount of people making that comment that they wanted to keep the rate the way it is. Whatever that balance is between that and making it so we're not not making it too unattractive for the developer. Is it maybe every 3 years, every 2 years? You can't increase it every 2 years. Do you think that we could find just one additional line to add that fits that bill?
So in responding to that, I want to start by saying the last 2 RFPs had no resident discount requirement, none. Right. Yet there is a resident discount requirement because it works. It makes sense for the operator. I would not recommend any fixed limit on what the resident, beyond what's in this RFP. So this RFP does require a resident discount of at least 10%, and a comparative criteria that says if you bid more, that makes, that's a comparative criteria. So if we have 2 competitors and one bids a higher resident discount, that's something that we can take into consideration when choosing among those 2. But I just wouldn't know where to set that resident discount. And again, it comes back to, we just don't know what's going to happen in the golf economy over the next few years. There's good reason to think it might get even better, right? If the Cape Cod Country Club, if I've got the name correct, does in fact close, that should be a boon to the local market. But what if there's, a spike in inflation and a recession at the same time, and the golf revenues dropped? It's happened in the past. Yeah. And we have seen other towns really suffer to break even because they committed to a resident discount that there's a huge political constituency for, and it's really hard to walk back on it. So I would just strongly recommend against it.
Yeah, I will. I'll trust your battle scars there, and you're right. It is balancing the political constituency and the what is practical, and I think you got enough injuries from this that I'll trust you. And I'll back off.
Okay, so I'm not trying to rub salt in wounds. Can you just walk me through? I'm terms of the RFP. I'm fine. Can you just walk me through our timeline at this point? And our worst case scenario if, again, we have no bids?
So I'll answer the first one. The second one, more challenging. So the timeline, I'm gonna try to get that ad out this week, which would get us to proposal submissions mid-September and select board awarding the lease in October. If we get no bidders, I guess what, it's tricky. I found last time that I didn't, you don't know in advance whether you're going to get any bidders. And I think I'm constrained from calling them and asking them if they're going to bid. I can talk to legal counsel about that, and she'll kick me into the chair later. So, if we don't get any bids, then, we may again have to, resort to a 1-year extension. That's really not a good option at this point. So, hence trying to be a little bit cautious about the minimums on the revenue.
Yeah. No, I think that timeline, though, already puts us in a better position. We'll know before October if we're in an unhappy position, and we will still have some time to try to rectify that. So,
Thank you. You're thinking more clearly than I am at this hour. So if we got no responses in September, yeah, we could quickly get out another RFP.
we could,
Right.
so, thank you, appreciate that.
Any other questions?
No, I think we've done the best we can with it.
Hope for the best.
Ready for takeoff.
Do we have a golfer that wants to do the honors?
Mr. Reed, why don't you
Sure.
lead us?
I so move with option 1, make the motion to move that the Select Board declare the Falmouth Country Club property at 630 Carriage Shop Road as available for disposition, and move that the Select Board authorize the town manager to execute and issue a request for proposals to lease the Falmouth Country Club at 630 Carriage Shop Road to a private operator as presented with any technical corrections and revisions deemed necessary.
Do we need two separate votes on that, or is one okay?
2 votes for.
Well, one to
The
dispose of it
disposition.
and the other for, I mean, I just,
You don't need to separate them out.
okay.
Yeah, thank you for asking.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, very well, thank you. I do want to try and get through the committee assignments here. I apologize for the confusion, but what I had done was take a listing, and I put down everyone's preference for what they had indicated they were interested in, together with the current positions that Doug, myself, and Heather have, and thought we would just, and I also gave you all your committee handbook. But, you know, something that Barbara Schneider said before, you know, kind of hit me, and I've had this issue before. But, you know, the position of a select board member is a liaison. Barbara and others have used the term representative. And that's not really accurate. You know, we are there as liaisons, but we're not there as representatives. And I think that's a very important distinction that I see, so.
Unless otherwise noted as a member, correct?
Correct.
So EDIC. you know,
Well, EDIC is certainly different, yeah.
And, okay.
What, is there another one?
Short-term rental.
Assembly of Delegates
Yeah.
is a member, committee, an active cable advisory committee. No, did I read that? I read that wrong. Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority is a member. I think those were the 3.
Yeah. All right, now after all that, let me see if I can find my little sheet here. Somebody want to start going through it?
I will start, Mr. Chair, by saying that
Okay, here we
there are a number of committees where I'm the only one who has expressed interest. I am happy to cede any claims on committees where there are others who are interested, although I would love to continue as liaison with the Beach Committee, and I'm not sure why that has 2 check marks in that box. But
Because of your enthusiasm.
You get it. You got it.
I think it was because you were already there, but
Okay.
anyway. So diversity and include, we'll start at the top, is Heather. Affordable housing has 3 people interested. And as the committee handbook indicates, seniority has a preference. So
I'm happy to cede that preference, which makes it a jump ball between Mr. Reed and Mr. Richardson.
I cede that to Mr. Richardson. He has strong passion on the affordable housing work.
Okay,
And
very
Lane,
good.
you not
And I don't have basketball on Thursdays.
All right, there you go. I learned too late that you should pay attention to when these things meet, because
Yeah, I will.
everything I did seemed to be on a Wednesday.
Thank you both.
Agricultural Commission is Doug, is that okay?
I've been doing that.
Okay.
I would be willing to, if somebody else is interested, but I'm happy to stay on that.
You seem to be the only one with a check mark.
Okay, then.
Assembly of Delegates,
That's an elected,
that would be.
so that needs to be the chair,
That would be
correct?
me. That's the other thing that I don't think in the past was really followed, which is that the handbook indicates that the chair is supposed to be the liaison to committees that are, or groups that are elected.
Unless a person on the board is a member, right? which we've had a couple of times.
Right, but
So that'd be
don't
like
have,
Dan guessing.
But we don't have that
we
now.
don't have that now. That's
That'd be
Dan guessing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Beach-
Susan ran.
Yeah.
Beach Committee, Goldstone, everyone okay with that?
Yep.
It's got 2 checks.
Bicycle and
Mess with that.
pedestrian. Now, that's I'm currently there. Jack, you want to take that?
If you feel passionately about it, you can have it, but if not, I'm happy to take it.
Heather? I mean, I'd stay on if,
Let me see.
Again,
what else
I'm-
claimed.
I believe I'm looking at a list of 6 or 7 without that, so I'm quite
Yeah.
happy to cede that one.
all right.
Yeah, cool.
Board of Health.
Wait, what do we decide on that?
So am
Muscali or
I-
Yeah,
Arlington?
me, yeah.
Okay. Wait, sorry, say that again?
Muscali.
Muscali, okay, cool.
Board of Health,
Nobody selected it.
all right.
Those,
Anyone want it?
When does that meet?
That meets,
Every other Monday.
meets at the same time that we...
Same time we do, yeah.
Well,
At 5,
5:30, yeah.
5 and 5:30.
there's been some efforts to dissociate those, and it's variably successful. But I'm going to recuse myself from that
Yeah,
one.
you would probably not be good.
I guess,
I'm happy to do it, but noting that we'll be here. So I'll take it.
Take it for the time being. How about we say that?
As I said, there have been some efforts to offset them. It just, we fall out of sync at times.
Cable Advisory is inactive. Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority, that is me. Freshwater Ponds.
Petition for the cable one.
I believe I'm the only
You're the
one.
only one, so that's yours. Commission on Disabilities. Anyone interested?
I don't even know if, are they meeting? Is it-
I know they've had trouble finding members. I'm not
Does it
sure.
really have a
Somebody
quorum?
came back, 2 members.
Sounds like a good one.
They don't have a quorum.
Yeah, so we'll hold them off for the
So
time
currently
being.
inactive. Okay.
Commission on Substance Abuse. Jack, you've indicated an interest.
yeah, I would really like that one. I think that intersects well
Okay.
with my day job.
Community Preservation Committee, I'm currently doing it, but if someone would like to,
You're the only check mark.
okay. Conservation Commission,
And they meet when? Let's see.
they
First
meet every
Tuesday at
Wednesday.
noon.
That's why we did it.
Virtual. There are virtual
Yeah, they are
meetings.
virtual.
Virtual meetings, I have been liaison there. If there is no one else interested, I can continue.
Short-term rentals on Wednesday, so I won't be able to do that one.
Okay, Council on Aging, Jack, you had said you were interested in that?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that's
Put a check
Colin.
mark
I
there.
was gonna say, I don't remember.
I'm
Youngest
sorry.
guy wants to do the council on aging.
It might be kind of fun, but no, Colin.
Okay,
you can take it off.
EDIC, that's Colin.
Yes.
You guys need more energy.
Yeah, right? This guy's so old.
Edward Marks, that's Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. Energy is Heather.
Yep.
Okay, Falmouth Housing Authority,
That's an elected, so that should go
Yep.
to you.
that's me. Finance Committee is me. Golf Advisory, Colin had asked for that.
Go right
I
ahead.
felt the writing on the wall when you asked for the motion from me, the last topic.
Historical Commission does not have anyone,
That is.
and that meets on the first Tuesday of the month.
I guess I could do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Again, it's worth noting that you don't have to attend as much as just stay involved with what they're doing, checking their minutes and so forth, and being available. Human Services is Goldstone. Library Board of Trustees is elected, so that's me. Planning Board, same. Gee. School Committee.
We missed Recreation, I believe.
Right, Recreation.
Mr. Richardson.
That one would be appropriate, being the youngest member.
That's that. School Committee, I guess that's me if it's
Yes,
elected.
elected.
Yeah. Solid Waste is Ms. Goldstone. Town Building Committee is inactive. Transportation Committee is inactive, although I wonder if that's going to get going again one of these days. Veterans Council Committee.
I'd be happy to learn from that.
Yeah, I think that's an important group. I think we should try to have someone there. So Colin, that's good. Water Quality, Doug, that's you. Waterways. Now, Doug and Colin have, Doug is currently, and
I'm
Colin
happy
has
to-
indicated an interest, but.
Keep it, Doug. I just got the veterans, so.
Okay.
He goes, okay.
Zoning Board of Appeals. Who's there? Has anyone been
Nobody.
going?
Watch them on TV once in a while.
Every Thursday.
It's a heavy lift. I'll start watching them more on TV if you want.
Yeah, you want to at least put you down for it and see
Sure.
how it goes? All right. I put down the Cultural Arts Council, or
Falmouth Cultural
two
Council?
members have expressed interest.
You better start getting rid of some, you got too many.
No, Heather or Jack have.
Do you mind? I only have 3, if you mind if I take that one.
Okay.
Yours.
And short-term rental is Doug. Okay, I think can get this over to Diane, and she'll update it. All right. Town managers supplemental, we have minutes. Can we pass on those minutes, or are we ready to go on them?
I'm ready to go.
Ready? Okay.
Just a question.
Yes, sir.
The last 2 meetings were approving minutes from a long time ago. Is there a specific reason why?
Just got dropped and missed.
Just got dropped, and we're just doing checks and balances here?
A while ago, our recording secretary had some kind of health issue, and there was some lapses.
There's a backlog, unfortunately,
Okay,
with
all
the
right.
recording.
Just was curious overall, but
That we're, I believe we've been keeping up for the last several months. We've been keeping up, but still returning to an
Okay.
older backlog.
a backlog. Okay, thank you for the
We haven't got rid
explanation.
of all those yet?
Getting there.
You find them once in a while. huh?
October
shorter list.
2023, you mean, in December 2023?
So I'm happy to make a motion to approve both sets of select board meeting minutes, or all sets of meeting minutes.
I will second with one amendment, page 2 of 11 minutes for July 14, 2025. Mr. Richardson's name should have a D in it.
Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Richardson.
I was going to just approve it, so I appreciate that.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second.
I got an L in my name randomly in line.
Richelson.
Yeah, it's like a Brazilian soccer player. Yeah, on page 2 of 11, RICHRDLSON, just strike L.
So do we have a motion and a second as amended?
Second? Does want to make a motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Renshaw, do you have a supplemental
I
report?
do, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, an update. So as you all may know, we've recently started our capital improvement plan process at the staff level, department level. Department submittals were due July 14th. The finance department, finance director has been reviewing and compiling that information. Importantly, and this is the update, Laura Citron, the finance director, having experience in working for City of Newport, came up with, I think, a great idea. We're going to try it this year. I think in the past there's been kind of a lack of looking at the 10-year plan collectively and collaboratively. So Laura has devised a plan to get all of the departments together in one room so that we can collaborate and look at it kind of holistically and collectively as a 10-year plan. A lot of times we do the CIP planning process where it's just, Peter and I with the department head, and we kind of, this way it allows everybody to kind of have an exchange and a dialogue. So I think it's going to be effective. This will be the first year we're going to give it a shot. So that's the update, and I think it's going to result in a better product going forward, having that collaboration and exchange. people get a better sense for what, competing needs are all about.
Sounds like something we should use for our strategic plan.
So that's the update, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Select Board reports. Anyone have a Select Board report today?
I just wanted the two that I was going to touch on. Senator Fernandez had the second of his bridge forums. Vice Chair Goldstone attended the first one. I attended this one because I have to, but I was there regardless. And MassDOT had some encouraging updates of there has been progress on the bridges, and a lot of business owners, including Mike Kasparian from the Chamber, were there to talk about the importance of continuing the project and how the business community is behind the project. So it was encouraging to see progress because something that's so crucial to Cape Cod and to Falmouth. And the other one I'll mention in future agenda items.
Any other board reports?
I attended, as did Mr. Muscali, the Old Stone Dock Association annual breakfast for beach staff on the 21st. It was a gorgeous morning and a really wonderful event, as always, so our thanks to Old Stone Dock Association for all that they do for our beaches and our beach staff. Attended the Affordable Housing Forum that we got the condensed version from, which was, a couple of dozen people, very engaged, but not a huge turnout. And then with a combination of hats on, I moderated a webinar last Thursday evening that was hosted by a nonprofit called Renew New England, which is an interesting group trying to kind of move into a space, and as a lot of renewable energy development is essentially on pause at the moment, trying to really invigorate conversations with local communities and community members to understand what both concerns and enthusiasm there is about renewable energy, try to get reliable information out there, and try to move more productive conversations about renewable energy forward. So just an interesting group, and they're going to be doing a series of these webinars and trying to figure out what community needs are and where there might be opportunities.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I missed
Yes.
the opportunity to give an announcement that the Resilient Woods Hole is hosting a community workshop on Thursday, August 7th from 4 to 7 at Community Hall in 68 Water Street, Woods Hole, Massachusetts. It's an open house style event, and will be a very constructive workshop that all are intended to attend, not only for us, but everybody that's watching. And then second, I'd be remiss not to say this, that the Woods Hole Science Stroll is Saturday, August 9th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. If not now, more than ever before, we need to tell the scientific story of what's happening and the great science that's happening. And I do applaud the Select Board of approving in my absence the banner that went up yesterday on the side of the Alvin High Bay, which puts a statement out there that Woods Hole is for science. So, thank you.
And just off Woods Hole, I neglected to mention that Chair Muscali and I attended the Woods Hole Village Association's annual meeting after our last Select Board meeting, and they strongly thanked us for our opposition to the 530 ferry. And they talked about, what is going to be the future of the former WCAI building, and that'll be an interesting conversation. And then also the Woods Hole Film Festival started on Saturday and is happening until Saturday, August 2nd. So shouts out the Woods Hole Film Festival.
Okay. There's just a couple of things here to sign, if you will. There is also in here an invitation from young Mr. Thrasher to attend his reception Sunday, August 17th at 5 p.m. at the Hutker Yard at Falmouth Academy. You may RSVP to Mr. Thrasher. He's phone number. We should probably just make a copy of that and put it in everybody's.
All right, we'll do that.
Mr. Chair, if there's nothing else, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I would like to just propose a couple of future agenda items. Sorry.
Sorry.
So ironically, from, again, last time I said this, remember 4 hours ago. So I, in my day job, had a great meeting with a bunch of different members from the cannabis and hemp industry, and I think that the state Senate is going to be taking up a bill that I project to pass that is going to make it significantly easier and significantly more profitable for dispensaries, but also for revenue sources for the town. I think it's worth talking about having a discussion on retail licenses for marijuana. We're one of the only towns on the state, one of the only towns on the Cape who doesn't have a dispensary, and I think we're missing out on revenue and on a potential business. I'm not super privy to previous conversations on it, but as a young guy, I think it's appropriate for me to bring it up. And then the other one that I mentioned earlier in the meeting is I would like to discuss the feasibility of the strategy of whether it be purchasing properties or redeveloping existing properties. I met Eric, who spoke at public comment at Liam's the other week, and we had a really in-depth conversation about some interesting zoning laws that have been done in Hanover and other towns in the state. They've have this plan that allows them to. It's better incentivized and it's much easier for them to redevelop existing properties. And I think it's an approach that would make a lot of people happy, but it's, of course, an expensive one, but I think it's worth really looking into.
Different than the Mr. Cod redevelopment?
Kind of, yeah. I'll have to get into the weeds of it, but one thing that was interesting is a lot of it was actually related to water. I haven't fully dipped into the 45-page thing, but it was really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I'm happy to share at another time.
Yeah, Doug?
I'd like another agenda item too. I really think we should have a correspondence policy, and it can change, each year. But I just feel like we should talk amongst ourselves and decide how we're going to respond to emails from the public. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for the chair or vice chair to take some of the load off the town manager responding to emails, because some of them are just politically based and not about the nuts and bolts of management. So I hope we can take that up and discuss. I mean, it can be, we all share, maybe on Monday, one of us does it, or Tuesday, or however you want to do it, but I just feel like we're still not quite hitting the mark on responding to all the emails.
And I would add, going off that, same thing for press, because I know we've all had interesting run-ins with press, and what if there's a uniform policy on how we individually respond, or as a board respond, or what we don't respond to. As well.
That could be within the correspondence policy.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
I thought we had a policy with respect to press, didn't we?
We have a custom.
Internal document, more of a custom than a policy. We'll add that to the discussion.
More implementation than policy, right? Just SOP.
I can't
Only say what you know.
think of a specific document.
I know nothing on this.
All right. You want to send those things
Now, I will move that we adjourn.
Now we can,
I so second
okay.
to adjourn.
All in motion and a second. Further discussion, seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.